Welcome everyone to day 5 of the Global Women's Assembly for Climate Justice, Path to COP30 and Beyond. Thank you for your patience as we start our program each day with a little bit of housekeeping to ensure that people are able to participate in different languages. So when someone is speaking in a language other than your own, please activate the Zoom interpretation by clicking on the interpretation globe in the lower right side of your screen and choose the language in which you would like to listen. If you're connecting to Zoom through your phone, please touch the 3 dots at the bottom right corner of your screen where it says More and choose Language Interpretation and choose the language in which you would like to listen and then touch Done. And now if the interpreters would kindly give these instructions in Spanish, French, and then Portuguese. Thank you to the translators.
Hola, buenas tardes, buenas noches, dependiendo de donde nos estén escuchando. Vamos a tener interpretación simultánea para que puedan escuchar esta reunión en español. Pueden activar la interpretación buscando el globo terráqueo en la parte de abajo de sus herramientas donde dice interpretación y puede presionar donde dice español. Y si está en un teléfono móvil o cualquier otro dispositivo donde no pueda ver el globo terráqueo, busque en el menú donde dice más y luego seleccione interpretación de idiomas e elija español para poder escuchar en español y presione donde dice listo. Gracias.
Gracias.
Bonjour tout le monde, bienvenue à cette 5e journée. Je m'appelle Rachel, je vais assurer l'interprétation vers le français avec ma collègue Gaëlle. L'interprétation est donc disponible en anglais, en espagnol, en français et en portugais. Pour sélectionner votre canal, si vous êtes sur un ordinateur, vous pouvez cliquer sur l'icône en forme de globe en bas dans la barre d'outils qui dit interprétation. Si vous utilisez l'application Zoom sur votre téléphone ou votre tablette, vous pouvez cliquer sur les 3 petits points ou sur le plus, puis sur interprétation. Vous choisissez français et puis vous cliquez sur terminer. L'interprétation ne sera pas disponible sur les appareils Chromebook ou Linux. Et n'hésitez pas à intervenir en français pour que nous puissions vous interpréter. Si vous rencontrez un problème avec l'interprétation, n'hésitez pas non plus à nous en faire part dans le chat. Merci de nous aider à créer cet espace multilingue. Une belle session à tous, à toutes. And I give back the floor to my Portuguese colleague.
Merci. We're not hearing the Portuguese. Do we have the Portuguese interpretation? Perhaps we could put that in the chat and we'll move on until we find out. Sounds like there's a technical error. We'll work to come back to that. Okay, we'll move on and let's put the Portuguese information in the chat. Thank you. So welcome everyone to the Global Women's Assembly for Climate Justice.
Muito bem-vindos à
Go ahead. Do you have the Portuguese translation?
Yes, sorry, I didn't realize that I wasn't in the booth. Sorry about that.
No worries.
Para acessar a interpretação do Zoom, por favor, escolha na parte inferior da sua tela, onde tem 3 pontinhos escrito mais. Se você clicar ali, você vai encontrar o globo, onde você pode escolher a interpretação em português. Se você estiver participando de um celular, na parte inferior do seu Zoom, você desliza para a direita e você vai também encontrar essa opção dos 3 pontinhos para acessar a interpretação. O nosso evento é um evento multilingüe, então fique à vontade para usar essa função. E caso você tenha algum problema, por favor, não hesite em colocar suas dúvidas no chat, que eu, Camila, ou a minha colega Patrícia poderemos te ajudar. Obrigada. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. No worries. So welcome everyone to the Global Women's Assembly for Climate Justice, Path to COP30 and Beyond. My name is Osprey Oriole Lake, and I'm the Executive Director of the Women's Earth and Climate Action Network, or WECAN, and I'm living on Coast Miwok lands in the San Francisco Bay Area in California. As we open this gathering, please continue to introduce yourselves in the chat with your name and where you're from. We have people from all over the world. It's been really exciting to see all the different names and countries pop up this morning. For those of you participating through various live streams, we welcome you from far and wide. And if you would like to hear all of the sessions in your preferred language and also participate in the live chat, which has been very lively, please be welcome to join us in the Zoom. The registration link is on our website and across our social media channels. We're excited to learn that so far there have been over 100,000 people at least tuning in and viewing the assembly across the live streams and Zoom. So it's been really wonderful to see the participation. And with that, on a not logistical note, I wanted to take also a moment to acknowledge this very challenging time and welcome you all to a space for us to be together from around the world. Please know that WECAN is here for you and that you're not alone. It's so important that we're in community right now, and we send you our love and well-being. This global assembly is taking place during the second week of the climate talks in Bonn, Germany, where the continued struggle by our movements is underway, challenging governments to fight for climate justice, keeping fossil fuels in the ground, the 1.5-degree guardrail, centering gender in the UNFCCC negotiations, climate finance, the just transition, and so much more. Our assembly is timed to create a bridge with the vital advocacy work that is happening in Bonn. And since there have been 4 prior days of the assembly, I would encourage those of you perhaps joining for the first time today to take the opportunity to watch some of the earlier sessions on our YouTube channel, because each day has been building upon the next. And especially for people who want to learn why we are focusing on the leadership of women in all of their diversity and a feminist and climate justice analysis. Much of the framing for that, for the assembly, was discussed on those earlier panels, so you might want to tune into those. Also, before our first panel of the day, I want to remind everyone that as part of this assembly, we are releasing a powerful call to action to governments and financial institutions globally. We want them to hear from us, and we've actually gotten some responses since we released it. And this has been a collectively written call to action, which will be delivered at the UN General Assembly in September and at COP30 in November. And you can see the call to action with our demands at the link in the chat. And there's still time to sign the document and take action with us. And we welcome organizational sign-on. So thank you for participating with that. And my last announcement is that WECAN is also soft launching a WhatsApp networking platform so that conversations generated at this assembly can carry on into action going forward. The WhatsApp group is a place where you can connect with each other, share your climate justice related work, research, projects, campaigns, and find collaboration partners. And again, you can find that link in the chat, and there's been lots of folks joining, so we're really excited about that. So with that, I want to welcome an outstanding group of parliamentarians who are presenting on this first panel of the day, Women Parliamentarians for a Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty. And I want to thank you all for your incredibly important work and leadership. This panel is being co-hosted by parliamentarians for a fossil fuel-free future and the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty and WECAN, and we're really honored by this partnership. I'm also very thankful to serve on the steering committee for the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty, and also to have with us today my dear friend and colleague, Zipporah Berman, who will be moderating this panel. Zipporah is the chair of the Fossil Fuel Treaty, and she has generated enormous momentum and vision to achieve the goals of this crucial initiative worldwide. It was through discussions with Zipporah that we wanted to collaborate to bring women parliamentarians together at this assembly who are advocating for the treaty. And I just thank you so much, Zipporah, for your amazing leadership and sharing with us what this initiative is all about and for moderating this conversation. Please take the floor. Thank you, Zipporah.
Thank you so much, Osprey. It's such a joy to be here with all of you. I'm so excited to be in the WECAN community together. I am going to give you a little overview of the Fossil Fuel Treaty and where it's at, and we're going to hear from some amazing parliamentarians from around the world. But I'm actually going to jump that intro right now to go directly to one of our senators who unfortunately has to leave very quickly to get on an airplane to do her incredible work. So allow me just to go directly to introducing to you the Honorable Cecilia Isabel Requena Zarate, the National Senator and President of the Commission on Land and Territory, Natural Resources and the Environment, Chamber of Senators in the Plurinational Legislative Assembly of Bolivia. Senator, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Sephora, and thank you, Osprey, and thank you for the invitation. I'm really honored and happy to be here, and I'm sad that I'm going to miss some of it. And thank you for the flexibility of putting me first, even first before the introduction. I'm going to be very brief, and I ask you please to put the presentation on. It's going to be very, very brief. Okay. I'm part of the Parliamentarians' Call for a Fossil-Free Future, which, as has been said, is partnering with the treaty and WECAN. As part of that purpose, that common purpose, which is global, I'm advancing draft legislation trying to protect the Amazonas region from Bolivia. Yes, we have an Amazonas region, as does Peru and Ecuador and Colombia. We sometimes think Amazonas region is just Brazil. Where the rivers start, those are in the mountains, and that's where we are. And we also have a very extensive area of forest. So it is very important now to try to avoid the worst impacts of hydrocarbon exploration and exploitation in the Amazonas region, also in Bolivia. And that's the idea of this law for the protection of biodiversity and environmental services, which means forests and other ecosystems in the Bolivian Amazonas through the restriction of hydrocarbon activities. Next, please. Well, there's the international regulatory framework. We are part, of course, of the Paris Agreement, but also of the Convention on Biological Diversity, the Ramsar Convention, the Letitia Pact, and also the Escazú Agreement, which is a regional agreement on, people who fight for the environment and trying to protect them, and also access to information. So next, please. Next. Okay, the purpose of this particular legislation we are advancing in Bolivia is to regulate, restrict, and prohibit the expansion of hydrocarbon activities in the Bolivian Amazonas in order to preserve biodiversity and environmental services of the Amazonas against climate change, for instance, but also, water resources laws and everything that is connected. Protect the rights of indigenous people and vulnerable communities, contribute to climate change mitigation, and promote sustainable development models. Next, please. That's the Amazonas region. Unfortunately, you cannot locate Bolivia in the center of South America. Next, please. But I'm going to show you, okay. We are defining different areas, the total exclusion zone in the Amazonas region that shouldn't include absolutely any hydrocarbon activities. These total exclusion zone includes protected areas, Ramsar wetlands, uncontacted indigenous territories, watershed headwaters, and there should be an absolute ban on hydrocarbon activities in this total exclusion zone. The severe restriction zone, only continuation of activities which acquired rights without extensions and renewals. There are some of them in Bolivia. And then the controlled transition zone, where there are existing activities with reinforced oversight. We cannot break contracts. It's not easy for our countries, but we can put and enforce environmental and also other rights and laws that exist. and hydrocarbon activity-free zone, no activity and prohibition, of new activities. Next, please. Where here you can see at the left hand, there you can see the watersheds. How many watersheds from the Amazonas region, that would be the blue zone, the bluer zone, are located in the Bolivian Amazonas region. And the next, in the middle, you can see, in the middle, you can see how many, the pink zones are zones that could be explored and exploited in terms of hydrocarbons. So we have a lot to save, as you can see. This is potential risk. And then to the right, you have how these areas of potential exploitation overlap with indigenous territories, which are in, yellow or another color, maybe darker for you. So the risk is enormous, and something has to be done to try to stop this. Next, please. Well, so I'm gonna go very, 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 very quickly through these. New contracts, licenses, or authorizations, no. No fracking, no extension to renewal existing contracts. The right to free, prior, and informed consultation has to be enforced. Luckily, well, not luckily because of social struggles, we have that laws that, and even our constitution provide those rights to our indigenous peoples, and territorial autonomy and participation in decision-making of indigenous peoples, and protection against forced displacement, which occurs not only because of hydrocarbons. Hydrocarbons is not very present in the Amazonas region in Bolivia, but mining, yes, and also agricultural activities. But hydrocarbons could add to this already very serious crisis. Next, please. Okay. Remediation of environmental liabilities and promoting economic transition. We understand that countries like Bolivia need to improve their living quality and income and everything. So we are proposing some measures. I'm not going to go through all of them. I cannot because of the timing. But as you can see, we are also trying to have a broader scope that provides alternatives for people in the Amazonas region and the country. Next, please. That's it. So thank you for your attention. Thank you for the flexibility. I hope to have been able, in spite of being really in a hurry, to give you a glimpse of what we are trying to do, and contributing also from this part of the Amazonas region, which is so important for things like climate change, phenomena like climate change. So thank you for your attention. Thank you for the invitation. And okay, let's continue. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Senator Zarat, and for taking the time. I know out of a very busy schedule, your work in Bolivia is very inspiring and so consistent with the work for a fossil-free Amazon that we're seeing from Indigenous leadership and civil society. I put the link to that campaign in the chat as well. We wish you safe travels.
Thank you very much.
All right. Well, we just dug right in there, everybody. That was exciting. And so I'm going to step back for a second and just add a little bit of context. For those of you who have been in this fight for a while and who work on climate justice around the world, it's not news to you that fossil fuels have been invisible for about 30 years in climate policy and climate negotiations. As a result, I believe, of the leadership of Indigenous nations and frontline communities and their persistence and dedication in opposing fossil fuel projects, in demanding that fossil fuels stay in the ground for so long over the last many decades. And then countries in the South Pacific picking up the call in, I think, 2014, 2015, and calling for a declaration of the first call for a moratorium on fossil fuels. We started to create a drumbeat, and it started to be heard. And really, we only saw that in international climate negotiations in the past 4 years. I think the first time the words fossil fuels were uttered were in Glasgow. Was that already 4 years ago? In fact, the first campaign that the Fossil Fuel Treaty launched was an ad campaign that said it's time to say the F words at COP. So we're finally saying the words fossil fuels. Countries have agreed to phase out fossil fuels. And what does it mean? Part of what we're here this morning to discuss is what we're seeing around the world in leadership from individual parliamentarians who have been raising that conversation courageously in their own countries and beyond. And coordinating thanks to the incredible work of parliamentarians for a fossil-free future. Over 800 parliamentarians now from around the world have joined this initiative, and we're hearing from several of them this morning. I put the link to Parliamentarians for a Fossil-Free Future in the chat for you as well. So where are we at? We know that oil, gas, and coal are 86% of the emissions trapped in our atmosphere today, yet the power of the fossil fuel industry and their influence has really distorted the conversation. But now we have a proposal for a fossil fuel treaty, which is a companion to the Paris Agreement to help manage the wind down and stopping expansion of the fossil fuels, not just in one place or two places, but everywhere, consistent with the science. Consistent with what we know we need to achieve the Paris Agreement, but we don't really have a plan for. The Paris Agreement is about negotiating who gets to pollute and how much. No one's negotiating yet on who gets to produce and how much. And if all countries in the world are going to stop expansion and align the production of oil, gas, and coal, wind it down in line with Paris goals, many countries in the global south are going to need support. So what we've been doing at the Fossil Fuel Treaty is developing trade and tax and debt mechanisms, ways for countries to cooperate to help relieve the barriers to stopping fossil fuel expansion, to help ensure that countries across Africa, Asia, Latin America are not being pushed into more fossil fuel expansion just to feed their debt. And this work has been supported and is growing around the world in large part because of the leadership that we're seeing from parliamentarians, many of them courageous women, and a couple of them that we have with us here today. So enough from me. We'll talk more about the Fossil Fuel Treaty and what we're doing now as we go through the conversation. But I'm so thrilled to have these amazing women with us today. Each of them will give you a short presentation, and then we'll have some discussion. So it is my great honor to introduce one of my heroes in my own country, Canada. Senator Rosa Galvez is a Canadian senator who has been holding the torch for climate ambition through many different governments in Canada, and also internationally. She is a brilliant woman, one of the most well-spoken advocates on climate ambition in the world, and I'm so thrilled to have you with us today, Senator Rosa. The floor is yours.
For us, so happy to see you again, at least virtually, but next time let's try to hug each other. I am so proud, and really thank you so much for the invitation to be talking beside my very good friends Cecilia from Bolivia and Nusrat from Tanzania and Sally from Australia. Listen, you know, as a scientist that I became senator despite of herself, I believe in my duty to advocate for a safe, just world where planetary boundaries, because what we are living are polycrisis, are respected. And the development that we are going to see needs to have the limit of the planetary boundaries. Future generations deserve the same beauty, the same stability, the same opportunity that we older generations have known. Global warming, biodiversity loss, pollution, plastic, you know, always coming to the source of this oil and gas, threatens this legacy. Now, we politicians must lead. We cannot be obstacles and delay. We cannot increase the struggles that global warming is doing into the world. We have to halt environmental degradation, enhance and accelerate adaptation, and ensuring that the decisions today not compromise future generations. So we hold the responsibility to shape a future that is sustainable, equitable, and livable. This is not only environmental stewardship. I think it also includes being advocates of a moral leadership and intergenerational justice. I truly believe that the time for bold political action is now. As an engineer, I've been teaching about transitions for the last 20 years, and I am run out of excuses to my students, ex-students, and young generations that come for answers. We know who is responsible of this situation. The oil and gas sector produces most of the greenhouse gas emissions, accounted for more than 75% of the total emissions. And we know that there are producers of oil and gas, and there are consumers of oil and gas, and there are the global north and the global south. And as we know, we share the responsibility of clearing up our atmosphere, but this has to be as a function of our contributions to that. So unfortunately, these greenhouse gas emissions keep increasing. And some sectors, like for example, I come from Quebec, and I know that our hydroelectricity, we are 90% using renewable energy. And I know that other sectors, manufacturing or agriculture, are doing some effort, but our efforts are completely erased by the oil and gas sector, which holds a lot of political power here in Canada. Now, there are very top oil and gas firms, and most of them report the highest profits of any sector combined. And unfortunately, they are helped by the finance actor, especially the banks. So we have in Canada 5 banks that keep, replacing whatever this investment is done by whatever other finance actor is trying to do, endowments from universities or religious organizations, or even us ourselves individually. All of this effort of this investment, it's being overcome by the dollars that the banks are putting in the pension plans. So we have to change this. We have to shift the cash flow from oil and gas to renewable energy. Why? Because, renewable energy is the growing sector. We may be angry with China for being the leader on this, but we cannot change this. We cannot stop this transition. This transition is happening because it's becoming cheaper, cleaner, safer to use renewable energy. It's more competitive. It allows for energy security. People in many parts of Canada, the support for more action in global warming and the other polycrisis, it starts at 60% and it goes as high as 80%, like for example here in Quebec. And we have to stop thinking that civilization left the Stone Age because of a lack of stones. We left that because there are so much more better ways of doing development, and this development should be sustainable. So we gather with all these friends from all these countries, parliamentarians, and we are like-minded people, and we see, and we are pragmatic, and we are logical. And at this point, I want to say that I admire the work that is being done, the progress that is done by the treaty. And while in our chart, we don't mention the treaty specifically, it is clear that the principles and the values and the goals are all the same. So we are all doing and going in the same path of decarbonizing our economy and bringing social justice while we transition to a low carbon energy, but also in the ecological transition. So in 2021, COP26, 19 parliamentarians from 10 different countries, in which I count myself, launched this parliamentarians' call for a fossil-free future. Today, we are almost 1,000 parliamentarians of 95 countries, and it's keep growing. The call aims to encourage many other parliamentarians that think exactly the same, because we see, for example, in Canada, wildfires are choking the atmosphere with this smoke. And this smoke is not anymore just in Canada. It goes down as south in Florida, and it crosses the Atlantic to Europe. And I think it's just a matter of time that international, we are going to start feeling the pressure, as I heard in when I was in US, saying, you know, what Canada is doing to stop the wildfires, and these are increasing, and they are becoming ferocious, and they are becoming expensive. Last year, extreme weather event cost Canadians $9 billion. We are in June, and already we have the costs are as high as $5 billion, and we are just half in the year. So this is absolutely impacting the economy of every nation. So we need to walk our talk, and we need to keep the ambition high, but we are at COP30, and we don't see yet implementation, and we don't see yet the reduction of emissions. So there is something that is missing. And I know we have a very strong oil and gas lobbying, and I know that corporation finance sector is not doing the catalyzing role of helping this transition. So I think that voluntary disclosures on climate risk are not working, and taxonomy are not green enough to ensure that we are transitioning in a peaceful and just manner. So there is a lot of work to do, and if you want to know more about it, please, my office is open. Check my website, and I'm active in the media. We need all the support that we can get. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Senator Gala. So many incredible points. It's always such an honor to hear you in the way that you weave together so many things, from planetary boundaries to decarbonizing the economy to local action. You know, it was interesting to hear you use the term decarbonizing the economy right now. A lot of people ask me about the role of the big players, Canada and the US, for example. Of course, also Saudi Arabia, Australia, others who are producing and expanding fossil fuel production in a fossil fuel treaty. And one of the things that we're looking at the fossil fuel treaty is the initial treaty being designed and negotiated by a small group of willing countries in a kind of build it and they will come model, where we don't need or necessarily want the big producers like Canada and the US at the table right now. They weren't necessary in the landmine, for example, or even the beginning of the chemical weapons ban negotiations, because these are negotiations designed by voting rules for a high ambition. And so that's the answer to people's question of, do we need Canada and the US? But I did want to ask you one question about the context in Canada right now, especially on the decarbonization front. Last week, we heard from our new Prime Minister, Mark Carney, that Canada is going to decarbonize oil. And it sounds a lot like clean coal to me. It also sounds a lot like the language of abated and unabated fossil fuels that we've been hearing in the COP negotiations. And I wanted to give you a moment to comment on what you think the trajectory of Canada is right now. And what did our Prime Minister mean when he said we're going to decarbonize oil?
I don't know what he meant, but this is not science. People have been working in carbon capture and storage for the last 40 years, and they haven't moved very much into reducing at the source the carbon. It is impossible to decarbonize oil because oil is carbons. So, science is clear on that. I think that it was, he tried to say decarbonize the economy, meaning transition from an economy that uses fossil fuel for everything, and to an economy that uses renewable energy for everything. Economists now are more and more saying that an economy that is based on oil and gas is an inflationary economy, because first, the price is set by a cartel of people. Second, there is a lot of externalities, the pollution that is not taken care in there. Third is that at every single supply exchange and in the change of production, you need an input of oil or gas, and so it's inflationary. While renewable energy is considered to be deflationary, because who owns the sun? Who owns the hydro, the ocean, the wind? And so it becomes very easily to be energetically independent when you use renewable energy, completely the opposite at the oil and gas economy. Now, what happened is that every single metric is showing us that renewable energy is going high, and that oil and gas is going down. And the times where the oil barrel was $100 is not ever coming again. And in particular, it's important for Canada because our oil is very expensive. It's very expensive to extract. It's very expensive to refine. In fact, Canada doesn't refine anything. We send all of our oil to the south of United States, and it comes back in a different form for which we pay extremely expensive. So again, it's inflationary. So again, Canada is not well prepared for this transition, and the more we wait, the more our economy will suffer.
Thank you, Senator Galvez. We hear you, and that was really clear. I am going to put a brief for folks in the chat if you're interested specifically on the terms unabated and inefficient and how they're being used again to promote unrealistic carbon capture and storage rather than absolute emissions and production decline of fossil fuels. But now I want to go to one of our other parliamentarians. Unfortunately, the Honourable Zali Steggall, who is the member of the Australian House of Representatives, is not able to join us due to the time difference, but she pre-recorded some comments for us to include here today. So let's go to the Honourable Zali Steggall.
Hi, everyone. Thank you to the Women's Earth and Climate Action Network for this powerful global gathering. I'm honoured to join you today from Gadigal lands here in Sydney, Australia. I want to pay my respects to the traditional owners of these lands and recognise their incredible custodianship and care for country for over 65,000 years. I want to acknowledge the inspiring work of so many women here today, leaders, policymakers, community builders, each driving real change in your own countries and communities. Now, I can't be there live to join you today. Time zones do not work in my favour, but it is so important for me to be part of this conversation. We are at a crucial time in the fight to mitigate accelerating climate change and escalating risks to our communities, countries and environments. Here in Australia, there was hope that the climate wars were over, but the reliance and influence of fossil fuels remains stronger than ever and more influential than ever over our decision making. Climate change, ecological destruction, growing intergenerational inequity, these are all key issues that need addressing urgently. Despite all the years of warning, we are sadly already experiencing the impacts of our changed climate. The impacts are no longer something for the future, but they are happening now with increasing frequency and increasing severity. In Australia, in the first half of 2025, there have been more than 20 declared natural disasters, from record-breaking floods, cyclones, bushfires and droughts. We know climate-related disasters are already costing the Australian economy some $38 billion annually. And this is expected to double by 2060. Dramatically, too often disasters strike the most vulnerable in our communities, who are also too often uninsured and underinsured. This is similar in so many countries and places across the world. So we know we can't ensure our way out of the climate crisis. So increased action to mitigate the worst impacts by reducing emissions and adapting by urgently investing in resilience measures is needed. Too often, policies from governments are reactive, not proactive. Disaster funding flows after the fact, but little is invested in adaptation or risk reduction beforehand. Climate leadership requires political courage. It means doing the hard things, making the hard decisions, facing down entrenched fossil fuel interests, building in climate resilience across all areas of the economy. Now, Australia has a unique role to play in helping the world decarbonise. As a major exporter of fossil fuels, we bear great responsibility. Australia also has the opportunity for global leadership. We have abundant natural resources with vast amounts of the cheapest form of energy and climate change solutions, renewable energy. Wind and solar is abundant in Australia. Between 2010 and 2020, the cost of electricity generated from wind and solar globally fell by 56% and 85% respectively. But for over 25 years, fossil fuels have played a significant role in Australia's economy and have been vital in meeting our energy needs. So this has meant that there's a very outsized influence of fossil fuel companies on Australia's political and media landscape for nearly half a century. And that has led to the climate wars in Australia. So despite our exposure to the impacts, our continent is very exposed, and the opportunities to lead, Australia remains one of the world's largest fossil fuel exporters and amongst the highest per capita carbon emitters. And while our communities bear the brunt of fires, heat waves and floods, our government still allows for new coal and gas approvals. We are still putting fuel on the fire and making the situation worse. We do not have a legislated national framework for climate adaptation. We don't have a coordinated national strategy to assess and fund community resilience. Our political leaders have delayed any major reform to our environmental protection legislation. This would assure that major projects don't undermine our own net zero commitments. For example, we should have a duty of care in our environmental protection laws to future generations. Just recently, the newly re-elected Albanese government approved the extension of the very controversial Northwest Shelf in Western Australia. This is a gas project that is an emissions bomb that will lock in billions more tonnes of emissions until 2070. The approval directly undermines Australia's net zero and climate commitments. It is horrifyingly predicted to emit some 4.4 billion tonnes of greenhouse gas emissions, the equivalent of more than 10 years of Australia's total emissions. It will be Australia's second worst polluting fossil fuel project. This is not just short-sighted, it's recklessly dangerous. It locks in emissions for decades to come, leaving our most vulnerable communities exposed. So, political courage and conviction in a growing, uncertain world can be difficult, but Australia has the opportunity to be a climate leader. Clear initiatives are needed immediately. We know this, to signal our enlivened, proactive climate management agenda and commitment to this. The current Australian government is hoping to host COP31 with our Pacific Island neighbours. Now, I support the hosting of COP31, but it must be accompanied with real ambition and genuine action. I'm calling on the government to lowering our emissions while investing in climate adaptation and resilience. This must be a priority. A net zero by 2050 commitment means very little if we aren't resilient to the shocks that come in 2025, 2030, 2040. So, as an independent member of the Australian Parliament, I successfully pushed the government to legislate net zero by 2050. But now my focus is for a federal climate resilience plan, legislated, properly funded and guided by science. In Australia, I'm pushing for $10 billion in targeted infrastructure for high-risk areas, flood defences, fire breaks, coastal protections, helping households and communities. I'm also pushing for a mandated arm's-length climate risk assessment and adaptation plans to be undertaken every 5 years by the government and locked into legislation. Alongside this, we need strong commitment for our nationally determined contribution for 2035 under the Paris Agreement. Anything less than 75% emissions reduction by 2035 will not adequately acknowledge the ongoing science. So let's be honest, the global outlook is tough. Emissions are still rising and climate impacts are escalating. And the most vulnerable, too often women and children, continue to bear the brunt. We're not moving fast enough. Approvals such as the Northwest Shelf in Australia show that there is further and much more work to go. There is far too little focus on adaptation and resilience building. And we need accountability of governments and decision makers. It is still too weak. But what gives me hope, and what has always given me hope, is gatherings like this. Women, frontline defenders, community organisations and groups, leaders, and elected officials coming together with shared purpose, expertise and resolve. I see real leadership in this assembly. I see women leading with courage, evidence and purpose. That's what gives me hope. In fact, I know we have to stay focused. So let's keep pushing. In Australia, we have an independent movement around politics, and we say we focus on active hope. So I should say this assembly gives me hope because the women gathered here aren't waiting for permission to lead. You are all doing the work, holding the line and pushing the boundaries. Thank you. Keep going.
Wow, that was beautiful. That was so great. I wish she was here to join us in person because that was so beautiful. It really gave me shivers, and it was also so empowering. Both the information and the knowledge about Australia, and I'm sure Senator Galvez, you were seeing the similarities there between Australia as a producing nation that is saying, you know, their climate leaders, progressive government in place saying it's a climate leader, but now approving 30 new oil and gas projects, the equivalent of 18.6 billion tons of greenhouse gas emissions if those projects go forward. It's crazy. And I put a report in the chat for all of you that we just produced on Australia, but also just highlighting the role of women. And it's so great to be together with you today with all these amazing women. I'll put a link in the chat. My last op-ed was actually called Power, Patriarchy, and Petroleum, why it's so damn hard to imagine a world without fossil fuels. And I kind of dig into the Trump dominance frame and how there's so many similarities in the way that he and many and that patriarchal systems treat both women and nature. This is not just about technology or financial fixes, right? It's also about culture, and that's what makes it so sticky. I'll throw a link to that up at the chat, but I'm so excited now to turn to our final speaker, moving from Australia over to another part of the world. So glad we have with us here in person the Honorable Nusrat Hanje, Member of Parliament for Tanzania. The floor is yours. Thank you so much for joining us. Do we have, oh, there she is. Good. Welcome.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Honorable Cecilia, if I'm Honorable Rosa. Okay, Honorable Rosa, nice to see you. Bora and everyone. Unfortunately, I thought our meeting with the president will end early, so but then I managed to go and find a place where I can join. Hello, everyone. Good morning, or good afternoon, or good evening, wherever you are in the world. In Tanzania, this is good evening. And my name is Nusrat Hanje, a member of parliament from United Republic of Tanzania. I'm also one of the parliamentarians for Fossil Fuel Free Future, representing Africa, the continent, with other MPs from other countries. And this discussion on fossil fuel, it has been a major discussion when we are talking about parliamentarians for Fossil Fuel Free Future. And it is an honor for us as parliamentarians for Fossil Fuel Free Future to co-organize this meeting. And thank you again, WECAN, for this opportunity. It's an honor for me and I know my fellow members of parliament are also appreciating. As you, maybe I know you did your research on some of the African countries. I'll talk of mine as how the climate change affects us as Tanzanian. As you know, Tanzania is one of the very beautiful countries in Africa. We have beautiful beach and we have a very beautiful country when we're talking about tourism. And I'll talk about tourism and agriculture as one of the key sectors that are affected by climate injustice and climate change. And all of those are caused by fossil fuel expansion in the world, because then the climate crisis does not choose where to hit. So for us, I'm also from the village. My constituency is from the village, and I represent other Tanzanian and other, my citizens as one of the places that are semi-desert area. When you're talking about Tanzania, we have zones, then the central zone. I'm representing the central zone. So I know the farmers that are affected by climate change, because then we have rain patterns change. We cannot follow the original timetable for farmers. We don't know. Actually, we have to fight climate change everywhere, because then we cannot get food. We cannot cultivate. We cannot conduct our activities as farmers, because majority of my citizens are farmers. So when you're talking about the effects, we already saw the effects. In Tanzania, one of the big sectors is tourism. So even tourism industry is also affected by climate change in Tanzania. We have the Zanzibar Island. There's a rise of sea level there due to climate change. So this is why we are saying that it is high time to stop expansion and extraction, consumption, and expansion of projects concerning fossil fuel. This is why we need to stop adding more projects concerning fossil fuel, and this is why fossil fuel non-proliferation treaty is very important. That's why we decided to join, and me representing my country, it's high time. Actually, we were supposed to do it yesterday. And it's kind of difficult, because then these big companies, rich companies who are perpetuators of these treaties, these projects, fossil fuel projects, those companies are very lobbyistic. They have lobbyists across the world. They're trying to lobby our politicians, our leaders, so that they can expand fossil fuel projects. So very nice for us women to take lead of this, because then when climate change hits, then for us, we feel the effects direct, because we are the one, we women. I'm also I told you I'm from the village. So a village woman, those are the ones who are going in the very long distance to look for water, because that is also one of the effects of climate change. You have dry land, so you have to travel. You have to do so many things to get clean water. It's also a problem here. So I wanted to contribute that for now, and I hope there will be questions, and I can come in, I can respond where there's questions. But we all know that the expansion of fossil fuel treaties can cause climate injustice and social injustice, and so many other inequalities in the society. Thank you very much. For now.
Thank you so much. And thank you for finding that quiet
try to,
space. Can you still hear me?
yeah, I can hear you. It's trying to
Great.
stick to 6 minutes. I don't know if I still have time.
Oh, it's fine. I swear we could listen to you forever. Don't stress about it. I don't know how many minutes it was because I was still listening to everything you were saying. You know, we
Okay.
had one senator join us from Latin America, but the other two that have joined us so far are from Canada or from Australia. So getting your perspective, especially given the rush for gas that we're seeing in Africa. And the push from fossil fuel companies for more fossil fuel expansion across the continent of Africa. And of course, as you mentioned, seeing the impacts of climate change already in so many countries. I was actually just in Kenya for the last 2 weeks and was both inspired by some of the activities I'm seeing of across Africa, the organizing of civil society around the fossil fuel treaty, and also saddened to see on the land and to talk to farmers and experience and see what they're experiencing, the struggles they're experiencing already, especially so much drought and the floods last year. I want to ask you a couple of questions, if I may. I was really inspired to see faith leaders and many leaders from the different Maasai nations coming out to endorse the fossil fuel treaty and call on countries in Africa to endorse the fossil fuel treaty. We're now seeing a new artist initiative emerge across Africa with artists who are starting to join up and call for the fossil fuel treaty through their poetry and through their song, which is exciting. And I'm just wondering, knowing your home, what do you think we can do to build further political support with governments across Africa for the fossil fuel treaty? Because the table is set. Negotiations will likely begin as early as next year, and I'll talk about that in a bit. But we really can't have that happen without African nations at the table to build this from the ground up. So I'm curious, Nusrat, if you can give us some your thoughts on what we should do, what we can do to build more political support for the fossil fuel treaty in Africa.
Okay, so I think we need large voice. We need so many MPs. As the matter of engaging the parliament, you need to engage MPs so that they can open their chapters in their respective countries. As I will give an example of the organization that we have. It's one of the one of the parliamentary caucuses we have. So we have the Fossil Fuel Free Future caucus in the parliament. That is one of the chapters that we use as parliamentarians to come together and discuss. When the government, you know how government works. Then you have parliament, and then sometimes you have majority members of parliament that are from the ruling party, and that is the party agenda. That is another problem that I don't think we have time to discuss about that now. But at least when you have MPs that understand a problem on its source, you get a team and try to look for solutions together. It's very good to engage people so that they can also participate in trying to solve those problems. So I think fossil fuel non-proliferation treaty have to open chapters in African countries, parliaments. They have to open chapters, and when you have the MPs that they'll have their own leadership there, then they can have internal caucuses to discuss about that matter. Then when it comes to the parliament, when the parliament is discussing about the government plans to extend fossil fuel projects, then you have people who understand. Because from my experience, I come to understand that some of the MPs don't know to understand the things, and people are complaining that why are they not supporting this movement, like maybe let's say huge movement with a huge impact like this one. But then you can complain about those not joining the movement, but they don't know about it. So no one is ready to join something that they are not aware of. They can feel. That's why I'm saying that you need to have discussions so that people can understand and connect. Oh, okay, this is also connected to climate change. This is also connected to, and that is also connected to climate change. Then they can have a talk, and they can talk from examples, maybe from other countries, from other part of the world. Yeah, I don't know if you already have the parliamentary sessions. I don't know. Do you have in Africa? I don't know.
Sorry, what was the
what I
question?
was thinking. Do you have parliamentary chapters in Africa? For fossil fuel
For
and
parliamentaries for a
conservation?
fossil-free future, I think they do, and I'm gonna check. We also at Fossil Fuel Treaty we have an African director and a couple of African staff now who are doing organizing as a distributed network campaign model. And so I'm going to talk to them about connecting with the parliamentarians who have endorsed and see if that can help expand. Because, you know, part of it always comes down to capacity, right? And that's why the Secretariat of Fossil Fuel Treaty is quite small. But we are trying to function as a distributed network campaign so that we can bring information, all the reports that we do and the resources and the briefing for policymakers, and just open source it. I feel like real movement building at this critical moment in history is just all about letting go and constantly giving the information out to people and asking them to use it how they will, and not trying to control it, but trying to plant the seeds and then let the wind take them where they go in some ways. I want to bring Rosa back into this conversation as well, whoever's doing that magic behind the scenes. If you can bring Rosa, let's bring all three of us forward, please.
I maybe
Oh, okay.
offline
Well, I hope we don't lose you, Nasrat. I wanted to ask you a question that I expect both of you is on a lot of people's minds. Is in part a personal question and a professional one. Both of you seem to balance your domestic work at home and the hard work that we need to do on domestic policy with having an international voice and finding that balance. We get a lot of questions about that. How do you find that balance? Because it does seem critical, obviously, because no one country can solve this alone, but at the same time, the issues at home are so intense. So I wanted to ask you a question about balance domestic and internationally, but also balance in your lives. You're such powerful forces, and you keep on keeping on for so many years. And so just want to give you that opening to reflect both on the issues, but also personally on balance. Senator Galvez.
Yes, thank you so much for this insightful question. Listen, by moments, it could be very depressing. Myself, I've been in this area for all my life, my adult life. And so I see hope when I talk to young people because they are so resilient and creative and have so much energy. So when I get sad for what I see in the parliament in Canada, and I see this counter logic decision of more pipelines, more oil, more pollution. Can you imagine to construct new pipelines across Canada in the belt where exactly wildfires are being increased in frequency and where zombie fires, these overwinter fires, stay in the ground? And I talk to my engineers friends and they tell me that there is no new way of install pipelines in order to protect them against these wildfires. So that's really illogical. That's really crazy. And that can get me depressed very quickly and very fast. So
it does seem insane. It really does.
Yes, it's insane. And when you tell them, because I have the opportunity to tell them, is their silence that make me realize that they do understand, but it's like they don't have the courage or the will or the strength to go against logic, and they accept things, like with this C5 bill that will open up for nation building projects, but we don't know exactly what are nation building projects. But many of them believe that it's again oil pipelines from one corner of the country to the other corner of the country. So what I do in these cases is, it's like, act locally, think globally. So I go back to my local, I go back to the people that are logic, pragmatic, scientists or politicians, and then I get research. I get reassured that my vision is still, balanced, that it's still the right one. When you export raw material, even the critical minerals that we are needing, when you export raw material, you don't add any value, any engineering, any technological thing. You just standard it raw. You are taking from future generations, because this will never come back. This will never come back. So for example, in Quebec, where I have friends that think like me, we work on the recycling of aluminum, the recycling of copper, the recycling of steel. So we
important.
reduce, so a circular economy.
Yeah, absolutely.
So little by little, you explain some things to some people and then they change their mind. And so I find that gives me balance, because I see, the aluminum industry in Quebec realizes that they can move in circular instead of linear.
Yeah, thank you, Senator Galvez. And there's such an important piece in there around trying to set some objectives for ourselves that are achievable, and then taking the moment to celebrate what we have achieved in order to keep going, in order to find that balance. And that's such a practical, tangible thing that a woman would say. I just have to say, and I think it is so important, because this work is hard. And because what we need to do is so big and so significant, I feel like every announcement or every win is like, yay, we're making history, and it's completely insufficient. And so sometimes it's very hard, right, to celebrate those moments, and we really have to. Really glad you brought the pipelines into the conversation. Part of why we are working on the fossil fuel treaty and working with fossil free parliamentarians is because we know that what we build today will be what we use tomorrow. And it's not a transition if we're still building the problem. And the fact that that is even in the lexicon, that we can be talking about climate leadership while building more of the problem is absurd. And that's the thinking that we have to shift. I know we have to wrap up. Our time is coming to an end. I want to briefly just address in my wrap up one of the key issues that has come up in the chat as we were talking. People are saying, yes, but if we return, can we really achieve renewable energy, and doesn't it have impacts to, we know that we need to replace fossil fuels, and we need to do it as quickly as possible, because every ton of carbon that we save from going in the atmosphere is going to save lives at this moment in history. And that's really critical. And people say, but is it really possible? We need to remember, we don't need to replace 100% of the fossil fuels. The fossil fuel system is the most inefficient system in the world. We need to replace 37%. Because it's 37% of the fossil fuels produced today are what we use for heating, electricity, and energy. 37%, not 100%, people. In fact, 50% of the ships moving around the planet right now are just to move around more fossil fuels. So this is doable. It is achievable. And yes, everything has an impact. And that's why we need the circular economy and reusing what's already on the surface of the planet, as Senator Galvez has pointed out. But it's also, we need to recognize that fossil fuel mining and renewable energy mining are not equivalent. Because with renewable energy mining, you're mining mostly once. With fossil fuels, you're mining every time. You're mining constantly. Look, the sun isn't sending you a bill at the end of the month, and you don't have to keep paying for it and buying more and more once you put in that renewable infrastructure. So the fossil fuel economy takes 565 times more mining than the clean energy economy. which isn't to minimize the impact of mining critical minerals. We know we need to address it, and we are addressing it together. We need to have no-go zones, and we need to respect human rights and especially Indigenous rights, but we have to support renewable energy economy. I know we're over time. I just wanted to let people know that we have some big news. A new country just joined the Fossil Fuel Treaty. We now have 17 countries who have joined the Fossil Fuel Treaty. And today at London Climate Week, Colombia announced our next big move. Country of Colombia announced that they will host next year the first ever global conference on fossil fuel phase out. This will be a standalone convention on fossil fuel phase out where the negotiations for a fossil fuel treaty will begin. And I think it's a really historic moment. So glad to share it with the WECAN community. The fossil fuel treaty wouldn't exist without you. And thank you so much for all of your work around the world. And thank you so much to these parliamentarians, these amazing, courageous women who have joined us and shared their wisdom with us today.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Zipporah, for your incredible leadership. And thank you to the parliamentarians for standing strong. You know, it's just so inspiring when we see elected leaders being unconservative and really working towards the bold transitions that we need, because there's so many people in elected office who are not taking that stand, who are so connected to the fossil fuel industry, funded by the fossil fuel industry, they won't stand up. And so I think it's really inspiring and refreshing to hear from parliamentarians who are making a stand on this issue, because as has been said, we cannot get to, averting the worst of the climate crisis without stopping fossil fuels, which is what's so powerful about the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty. And I'm really delighted that we got to hear from all of you. We will continue to support and move forward with women parliamentarians fighting for this treaty. And again, Zipporah, congratulations on your the new news that just came out about another country joining. And, just to say also the last piece, and we'll move to our next conversation, is that I think one of the things that's really exciting is when you see parliamentarians in countries signing on to the treaty who are fossil fuel producers. It really says that there's an appetite for change, and that's what we need. So thank you so much. We have put links in the chat to all the parliamentarians and their very important work. We thank you for your time. We know how precious it is. And also we've put links in to learn more about the treaty itself. There's a role for everyone. It's coming at many levels. So it's grassroots levels, ways of participating, supporting your government leaders to push forward on the treaty. So I just wanted to mention we were focusing on government leadership here because it's so essential, but there's an avenue to participate in the treaty and its campaigns, and you can find that information in the chat. So with that, thank you so much for joining us today for a really extraordinary panel. And we're going to transition to our next session. And thank you so much for joining us. So now we're going to another amazing group of leaders, a really group of remarkable women who are presenting on this next panel, implementing the Escazú Agreement, protecting women land defenders and the defense of nature in Latin America and the Caribbean region. Thank you to all of the leaders who have done critical work in this effort for this incredibly important multilateral agreement. And I wanted to say that this topic has come up over the last days of the Assembly around the fact of frontline leaders, frontline land defenders, and particularly women in all of their diversity standing up for water, for forests, to stop mining, to stop deforestation, to stop fossil fuel projects, and the threats that come from that. As many of you may know, Latin America is one of the deadliest regions in the world for land defenders, and attacks and criminalization of women protecting their territories and communities is very specific, as you will hear about on this panel. Yet these same women and gender diverse leaders are central to solutions. In 2023, Global Witness reported that at least 166 land and environmental defenders were killed in Latin America, with Colombia remaining the deadliest country. Indigenous communities are disproportionately targeted, representing 43% of those killed globally in 2023. Tragically, impunity for perpetrators remains a major problem. So in this assembly, we are clearly calling to defend the defenders. And this is also in our call to action. We must all stand to defend the defenders of the land. We are also highlighting that many studies have shown that the most effective way to protect biodiverse regions, such as the Amazon rainforest, which is central in the fight to mitigate the worst impacts of the climate crisis, is to protect the rights and sovereignty of Indigenous peoples and local communities. So it's imperative to implement policies such as those included in the Escazú Agreement that are working to ensure human and Indigenous rights and the protection of environmental defenders, and to ensure access to environmental information. Along with many others, WECAN has been advocating for the Escazú Agreement for many years, and on November 5th, 2020, it was fully ratified and entered into force on April 22nd, 2021. So that was a huge victory for all of us, and really amazing that this legislation was passed. The agreement is a groundbreaking multilateral accord that can help protect women land defenders who are under attack and preserve biodiverse ecosystems across Latin America and the Caribbean region. And at WECAN, we are engaged in a multifaceted strategy to ensure strong implementation of the agreement. Our campaign involves education for women land defenders about the agreement, and to this end, we have developed Escazú Agreement toolkits for women land defenders and frontline communities in different languages, a resource designed to help women land defenders navigate the domestic laws of their countries to achieve the protections of the agreement. And we're going to put those links to the toolkit in the chat. We've also been developing collaboration with attorneys to assist in developing the most effective plans for implementation of the Escazú Agreement, country by country, with the support of our partners at the Vance Center, and then also advocating with LAC governments for strong implementation of the agreement. And with that, please let me introduce this truly amazing group of women who have been champions and leaders of this fight for the Escazú Agreement. And first, we're going to be hearing from Patricia Madrigal Cordero. She's a former Vice Minister of Environment and Energy of Costa Rica. Then we'll be hearing from Ruth Spencer, the Deputy Chair of Marine Ecosystems Protected Areas Trust from Antigua and Barbuda. Then we'll be hearing from Fanny Castro, who is Utoto and is the General Coordinator of the Coordinating Body of Indigenous Organizations of the Amazon Basin, COICA. She's from Colombia. Then we'll be hearing from Patricia Galinga, who is a Quechua leader from Sariaco. She's a spokeswoman for Amazon Women in Defense of the Jungle and is also our honored WECAN coordinator in the Ecuadorian Amazon from Ecuador. And then we'll be hearing from Miriam Miranda Chamorro, who is Garfuna and is the Executive Director of the Black Fraternal Organization of Honduras from Honduras. And with that, we will be now hearing from Patricia Madrigal Cordera.
Me siento muy honrada por esta invitación. La Asamblea Global de Mujeres por la Justicia Climática, Camino hacia la COP30 y más allá, que está organizando la Red Internacional de Mujeres para la Acción por el Clima y la Tierra, WECAN. Un saludo muy especial para este grupo de mujeres valientes que luchan por un mundo mejor, personas que lideran procesos importantes que merecen ser compartidos y fortalecidos. Estamos en este panel sobre el Acuerdo de Escazú y quisiera mencionar que el Acuerdo de Escazú es un instrumento internacional que protege los derechos de acceso a la información, a la participación pública y al acceso a la justicia en asuntos ambientales en América Latina y el Caribe. Fue adoptado en un cantón cercano a la provincia de San José, la capital de Costa Rica, en el 2018. Entró en vigor en el 2021 y actualmente tiene 17 estados partes. El cuarto eje del Acuerdo de Escazú se encuentra en el artículo 9, que establece la obligación para los estados parte de garantizar un entorno seguro y propicio para que las personas, grupos y organizaciones que promueven y defienden los derechos humanos en asuntos ambientales puedan actuar sin amenazas, restricciones e inseguridad. Lo más importante es la prevención de estos ataques. Sin embargo, de darse, deben investigarse o sancionarse para que los defensores de los derechos humanos en asuntos ambientales puedan ejercer su labor. Este tipo de ataques incluyen una variedad de acciones, tanto para ellos directamente como para su familia y su organización. En el marco del Acuerdo de Escazú, en la primera conferencia de las partes, en el 2022, se estableció un grupo de composición abierta ad hoc que ha realizado 3 foros de defensores ambientales en Ecuador en el 2022, en Panamá en el 2023 y recientemente en St. Kitts and Nevis para recibir insumos y escuchar del público los planteamientos y preocupaciones. La decisión 3.2 que se adoptó en la Conferencia de las Partes del 2024 aprueba el plan de acción para los próximos 6 años hasta el 2030. Este plan de acción incluye generación de conocimiento, reconocimiento, fortalecimiento de capacidades y cooperación para la implementación, evaluación, seguimiento y revisión del plan. En esta misma conferencia de las partes se aprobó la decisión 3-4 sobre la transversalización de la perspectiva de género. En esta decisión se alienta a los Estados parte para que fomenten la participación plena y efectiva de las mujeres en toda su diversidad, incluidas las mujeres indígenas, y la incorporación de la perspectiva de igualdad de género tanto en la aplicación del acuerdo como en los planes y hojas de ruta de implementación nacional que deben elaborar cada Estado parte. El Acuerdo de Escazú considera a las personas y grupos en situación de vulnerabilidad como un sector de especial atención, siendo las mujeres en la región vulnerables, marginadas. Se entiende la adopción de esta perspectiva de género como un tema muy importante a considerar para la aplicación. La Secretaría del Acuerdo de Escazú, la Comisión Económica para América Latina, la CEPAL, se encuentra elaborando con el apoyo de ONU Mujeres, así como de otros organismos, fondos y programas del Sistema de Naciones Unidas, una guía para la transversalización de la perspectiva de género en el Acuerdo de Escazú para ser presentado en la próxima conferencia de las partes en el 2026. Entre enero y febrero del presente año se recogieron insumos por medio de un cuestionario en línea y actualmente se encuentra en consulta la propuesta preliminar de índice anotado hasta el próximo 3 de junio. Este índice anotado se basa en nudos estructurales que identifican, por ejemplo, que usualmente la información ambiental que producen tanto las entidades del Estado a nivel nacional, regional y local, como las empresas privadas, está en un lenguaje altamente especializado y no es una práctica usual que se elaboren informes de resumen dirigidas a las comunidades y al público en general. Esto genera que el derecho de acceso a la información no sea pleno, que tenga estos obstáculos que debemos identificar para poder resolver, o que las prácticas culturales que siguen reforzando los espacios privados para la mujer y no los públicos limitan gravemente el acceso a la participación. Las dificultades del acceso a la justicia ambiental por los costos directos o indirectos, el tipo de lenguaje y la duración de los procesos, entre otros. Las defensoras ambientales sufren por estos patrones culturales, patriarcales, discriminatorios y violentos, y el predominio de la cultura del privilegio. Son estigmatizadas como opositoras al desarrollo, agredidas y maltratadas. Por ello, los planes de implementación del Acuerdo de Escazú deben buscar formas para solventar estos obstáculos y que se permita el ejercicio y goce de estos derechos plenamente en la región. La consideración de la perspectiva de género en la elección de los órganos subsidiarios del acuerdo, lo que se conoce como la gobernanza del acuerdo, han sido considerados. En el Comité de Apoyo a la Aplicación y el Cumplimiento, que es el órgano en el cual soy presidenta, los estados parte eligieron 4 mujeres y 3 hombres. Igualmente, los representantes electos del público son 3 y 3. El comité es un órgano subsidiario de la Conferencia de las Partes y tiene por función apoyar en el cumplimiento a los estados parte. Puede recibir comunicaciones tanto de los estados como del público por incumplimiento. Y en ese marco tiene competencias para detectar situaciones de riesgo frente a posibles ataques, amenazas o intimidaciones a los miembros del público que hayan presentado una comunicación. Las medidas que puede tomar para la atención prioritaria de estos casos pueden ser alterar el orden de consideración, convocar a sesiones extraordinarias, unir el fondo con la forma para una decisión conjunta y también otras como resguardar la identidad de quienes formulan la comunicación, establecer un mecanismo o recurrir a un sistema de protección internacional o regional, informar a la mesa directiva y, en fin, hacer las gestiones diplomáticas que sean pertinentes. De manera previa y antes de tomar una medida adecuada de protección, el comité debe consultar a quien formula la comunicación y debe atender a las condiciones particulares de la persona afectada y su entorno, buscando no perjudicar y propiciando un enfoque interseccional, intercultural y de género. Debemos unir todas las voces y voluntades para luchar contra la desigualdad y la discriminación para una mejor calidad de vida para todos y todas. Muchas gracias.
So important. So glad to hear from Patricia Cordero. And, we wanted to start this session with really understanding from a government perspective what is going on and give people more background about the Escazú Agreement. And so we're really thankful for that presentation. And now I would love to bring Ruth Spencer into the conversation to share what is going on in your country and the work that you've been doing on the agreement and how this is really serving women land defenders. Thank you, Ruth, for joining us.
Thank you, Osprey. Thanks for the invitation, and it's good to give me a voice in this process. I'm representing local community groups, and the Escazú Agreement gives us power. It hands the power back to the people. So we have to keep our governments accountable when they have ratified the agreement, so that all the benefits, all the principles that are in place can be transferred to us, the people. I'd like to pay respect to the many human rights defenders that have been killed all over the world. It's so sad to know that when they stand up to protect our environment, the health of people, our ecosystems, that they are killed for these actions. But the next side of the coin is that after the destruction has taken place, we have the governments at these global forums asking for money, asking for finance, asking for technical resources to restore these same things that these environmental defenders were killed for. It's not fair. We cannot afford to keep losing lives that are protecting what is God has blessed us with. So we have to ensure that as CSOs, as citizens, as local people, we hold the governments accountable. I am from Antigua and I've been privileged to have been attending and participating in many of the negotiations for the Escazú Agreement. And I've been attending also implementation roadmaps. In the Eastern Caribbean, all the small islands of the Caribbean have ratified, and we have gone through processes looking at the legal regulations to ensure that they conform with the principles of the Escazú Agreement. In some countries, we have had to put new laws in place. But I went to the rolled out in Belize. I went to the one in Grenada. A few weeks ago, I attended the one in St. Kitts. And what we see is that the governments, they realize that they alone cannot make all these environmental decisions. They need the people. And this is why the Escazú Agreement came into place, because after the Rio 1992 convention, governments said they couldn't do it alone, but it has taken so many years for the Escazú Agreement to come into force. And now that we have it in force, we have to use it. Many times I write to development banks, I write to agencies, and I get no response. But I always use the Escazú Agreement. And soon after I get a response. The Escazú is powerful. It brings power to the people. And with the global situation now in chaos, governments are returning to the local groups to get our ecosystems back in place. I just came from Colombia last week with the Global Land Forum, where the Colombian government is giving back their ancestral lands to the indigenous people, to the Afro descendants. Many land titles are now put in place. And this is revealing, it's telling us that the change is taking place. The transformational change that we have long desired is taking place. But we as CSOs, local community groups, indigenous people, we have to push our governments, keep at them, let them know that they have ratified and they owe it to the people to put the principles and the procedures in place. For the human rights defenders, governments are adopting new legislation to protect the people. We should not be seen as busybodies, having no say in decision-making processes. Escazú gives us a voice, and we have to use this good to save the health of the people, the health of the economy, so that we can go forward, stopping the conflict, living in a peaceful, just society. Thank you, Aspi, for allowing me to have a voice. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ruth. We really appreciate your leadership, and it's been so good to see you at the different government negotiations, and we always support your voice and work and your strength in all the things that you do, and particularly with the Escazú Agreement and standing up for your communities. And thank you for your powerful, powerful voice. And now I would like to bring into the conversation Fanny Castro. And we'd love to hear from you, Fanny, just reminding people that you have your interpretation globe on the right bottom hand of your screen. Please go ahead, Fanny, you have the floor. Wonderful to see you.
Gracias, Osprey, de verdad, agradecida siempre de su lucha incansable por visibilizar lo que hacemos las mujeres, la defensa de los derechos, la defensa de la biodiversidad, de los territorios, apoyarnos en todo este proceso de lucha. Para nosotras es muy importante tener aliados y aliadas como usted, que día a día hace este tipo de acciones que realmente como que toca la conciencia social, a ver si entre todos tomamos decisiones que benefician a la humanidad, como es, por ejemplo, la exclusión de los territorios del extractivismo de combustibles fósiles. Muchas gracias por eso. Bueno, también agradecer a mis dos compañeras que antecedieron, especialmente a la compañera que inició, Patricia, que bueno, ya dio conocimiento de la génesis y el objetivo del Acuerdo de Escazú. Y yo quiero decir que este instrumento realmente es única en América Latina para los defensores y defensoras ambientales, con todas las bondades que trae este acuerdo, que ya lo dijo Patricia, pero también es una oportunidad para los pueblos indígenas y especialmente para nosotras las mujeres, líderes, defensoras del territorio. Una defensa que realmente no solo es verbal, sino es el trabajo diario que hacen nuestras mujeres en los territorios, las mujeres rurales, las mujeres indígenas de la Chagra, las mujeres que están día a día conectadas con el territorio. Ellas hacen defensa real desde su trabajo cotidiano. Ellas son las que cuidan la biodiversidad, son las que regeneran las tierras degradadas, son las que reforestan los bosques y son las que defienden la vida en todas sus formas y manifestaciones en el territorio. Pero, sin embargo, aún vemos que el tema mujer sigue siendo secundario en todos los espacios y ámbitos. Por ejemplo, en el Plan de Acción Regional del Acuerdo de Escazú, el tema de género, por lo mismo, el tema de mujer se toca de manera transversal. Y esa transversalidad siempre ha sido crítica de la transversalidad, porque cuando un tema es transversal, es y no es. ¿Por qué? Porque se pierde, se difumina, porque no es algo concreto, no es un tema principal, sigue siendo un tema secundario. Por eso creo que es urgente, importante que los países latinoamericanos que ya adoptaron en su legislación nacional este acuerdo de Escazú, como es Chile, Argentina, Bolivia, Colombia, México, bueno, entre otros, no solamente es incluirlo en su legislación nacional, sino es cómo implementar esto en la realidad, en esos lugares que realmente no llega, digamos, la información y donde la información no sale. Por ejemplo, la violencia que viven nuestras mujeres en los territorios. Hay un subregistro sobre la violencia contra las mujeres. No solamente es feminicidio, no solamente es violencia por ser defensora, sino también hay una persecución y violencia política contra nosotras, las mujeres indígenas sobre todo. eh, y esto es grave. Muchas veces son desde el mismo ámbito comunitario o organizativo se recibe este tipo de violencia. Entonces, la situación de las mujeres indígenas y la situación eh, de jóvenes, mujeres y de la población en general está en riesgo permanente, sobre todo, como bien lo decía Osprey al inicio, Colombia, Brasil, em, digamos, son los que tienen mayor grado de violencia en sus territorios. Y no solamente es por parte de los extractivistas de combustibles fósiles que también violentan nuestros pueblos y a las mujeres, dejándolas estériles, dejándolas con enfermedades raras, a los niños, a los jóvenes, por todos los desechos químicos del extractivismo, de petróleo, de la minería ilegal, del narcotráfico, que también las fumigaciones o aspersiones aéreas dejan en los territorios contaminación y veneno. Entonces, no solamente expuestas a esa violencia física por actores ilegales o actores al margen de la ley, sino también las acciones del extractivismo que violenta de manera integral a nuestras mujeres y siempre digo y repito que hay pueblos en altísimo riesgo de extinción física. ¿Por qué? Porque todo este envenenamiento
afecta la autonomía alimentaria de los pueblos indígenas y su salud integral. Y las mujeres, algunas se quedan estériles, no pueden tener hijos, y esto para mí es un genocidio silencioso que hay que ponerle cuidado, porque así pueblos indígenas se pueden desaparecer y nadie se da cuenta. Entonces hay un subregistro de violencia, feminicidio y de todas las formas. En, eh, aunque a veces también hay datos, hay sistemas de información oficial, nadie hace nada. Nadie hace nada. Es como que el tema mujer, la violencia contra la mujer fuera un tema que no le interesa a nadie. Por eso es tan importante estas luchas de WECAN y estas luchas de nosotras las mujeres desde los territorios. Es importante porque podemos visibilizar esta situación. Más allá de esto, sin embargo, las mujeres somos luchadoras y tenemos muchas expectativas. Por ejemplo, ahorita quiero ir para la COP30 que se va a llevar a cabo en Belén do Pará. Hay mucha expectativa desde las mujeres. Hoy las mujeres están preparándose desde su sentir y desde su hacer como mujeres, como las voces primarias, las voces territoriales, quieren que sus demandas sean atendidas, y principalmente lo que tiene que ver con los efectos del cambio climático que afecta la vida, la biodiversidad en los territorios, e incluso afecta lo que es el líquido vital. Se carece, aunque es la Amazonía, se carece muchas veces del líquido vital que es el agua por efectos del cambio climático. Entonces quieren ser actoras políticas, actoras principales, llevando su voz desde la realidad del territorio a este espacio. Esperemos que nuestras compañeras estén presentes y acompañémoslas a ellas para que realmente se conozca ese rol principal que tienen ellas de ser depositarias y transmisoras de los conocimientos ancestrales, que hoy también piden ser escuchadas y atendidas en los espacios de toma de decisiones, en las discusiones y negociaciones que se hacen al interior de este espacio de la COP30 de cambio climático que se avecina. Y bueno, y en todos los escenarios que se requiera, queremos estar ahí como mujeres. Muchísimas gracias, Osprey.
Thank you very much, Fanny, for your incredible leadership. For those of you who are not familiar, COICA is a major formation in Latin America. And it's, speaking of women's role, it's very courageous and powerful that Fanny is in that position, which is not easy for her. And so we really respect your leadership and thank you for your courage and standing up. And yeah, I think it's just so important to recognize and just take a moment to really imagine what it's like to be some of these women who are on the front lines of protecting their territories with their bodies. We have many stories and allies of, so many allies that we have talked to about what this means for them, and the connection between the women knowing that the land is their body, their future, their life, their connection. And imagine being in that place where your home is being attacked at that level, where you are risking your own life to protect your community, your children, the land, and the next generations. And I just wanted to highlight just taking a moment to understand real lives, real women who are in this experience, and that it is very specific for them because it also includes things that that others don't experience. As an example, sexual violence or threats to families. It's really compounded certain kinds of threats because of sexual orientation as well. So with that, I would love to bring Patricia Galinga into the conversation. And I did introduce you earlier, Patricia, but I also wanted to take a moment to celebrate and acknowledge that you have been very recently appointed as an advisor on Indigenous issues at the UN Permanent Forum on Indigenous Issues. And so I just really want to acknowledge your new role in that and congratulate you. And they have picked absolutely the right person to do that. So with that, Patricia Golinga, please, you have the floor.
Buenas tardes. Gracias, Osprey, por siempre dar la voz a través de WECAN a las mujeres que trabajamos en primera línea. Realmente la situación del bioma amazónico es preocupante y tiene que ver mucho con el acuerdo de Escazú. Es preocupante porque no se ha podido lograr detener el extractivismo que se da en los territorios amazónicos. Extractivismo minero, que puede ser lo que llaman la minería ilegal, pero también extractivismo petrolero y el extractivismo minero que los gobiernos le denominan legal, pero que es a cielo abierto. Ante este contexto, hay muchas mujeres que han empezado a alzar la voz, pero que hemos sido criminalizadas, hemos sido perseguidas, hemos sido amenazadas de muerte. Yo quiero retomar de que aparte de ser defensoras, somos defensoras indígenas y por lo tanto tenemos múltiples estigmatizaciones. Uno por ser mujer, otro por ser indígena y por haberse atrevido a alzar la voz. Estigmatización que puede ser desde una sociedad o desde gobiernos extractivistas o de empresas, pero también muchas veces desde las propias organizaciones que no dan el valor que se merece una mujer. Y eso realmente es preocupante. Ecuador es signatario de múltiples acuerdos, entre ellos el acuerdo de Escazú. Y eso es muy bueno, porque nos permite tener herramientas de lucha ante las cosas que estamos llevando. Las mujeres. Las mujeres hemos visto que es importante organizarnos desde nuestras propias perspectivas, porque muchas veces las perspectivas de las mujeres frente a la lucha contra el cambio climático, frente al extractivismo, no son escuchadas como debería ser. Yo siempre digo que si nos escucharan, las cosas cambiarían dentro de las organizaciones. Si incluyeran a las mujeres en tomas de decisiones participativas, estuviéramos en un cambio que podría generar cosas positivas de manera muy profunda y no estaríamos en este caos de que la naturaleza, el ecosistema amazónico esté en una crisis súper grave. Sí, estamos en crisis. Los ríos contaminados, intereses extractivos que mayoritariamente vienen promovidas desde los gobiernos centrales y inducidas por las empresas extractivas. Algo que nos tiene muy preocupado. Con el colectivo de mujeres amazónicas lo que hemos tratado es de empoderarlas, de que ellas puedan tener herramientas adecuadas, de que puedan tener aliadas que puedan ayudarles, entenderles y en algún momento refugiarles en momentos graves y críticos. Hemos visto muchas veces que a las mujeres les buscan desprestigiar desde distintas maneras para evitar que se alcen sus voces. Tratan de quitarles de los espacios dirigenciales, tratan de desprestigiar ante sus bases y en eso son muy expertos las empresas. Las empresas extractivas estudian a nivel psicológico, a nivel antropológico a los pueblos indígenas y a las mujeres indígenas y buscan que haya una forma de desprestigio para hacer que no haya credibilidad hacia las mujeres. Y eso se ha visto con muchas lideresas y por eso es que las mujeres nos hemos reunido como colectivo para tratar de sostener y de desvirtuar estas realidades. Y para tratar de apoyar si una compañera de nosotros que alza la voz esté judicializada y que cuando sea amenazada no tenga miedo, porque hay un equipo que está apoyándola y que si sus familias están en riesgo, busquemos la forma de protegerlas. Eso es una realidad latente, eso es una realidad que vive América Latina, es una realidad que vivimos las mujeres, es una realidad que viven los defensores de derechos humanos y de la naturaleza. Y es una realidad en la que estamos aquí, en estos momentos. Yo temo mucho de que se abra la ronda suroriente, que afecte nuevamente a nuestros territorios. Llevamos ya décadas de lucha, muchos años de lucha. Yo estoy acá desde muy joven y hemos logrado sí detener, expulsarles, pero nuevamente están dispuestos a volver con sus garras a tratar de desvirtuar, a tratar de convencernos de algo que no puede ser, porque nuestros principios no se pueden vender, no podemos decir esto es negociable, la vida no es negociable con justificaciones económicas, la vida hay que defenderla. Los territorios indígenas amazónicos son los que están nutriendo de un equilibrio planetario todavía. Si destruyen estos ecosistemas que son tan vitales para la humanidad, habrán destruido la vida del planeta y la vida de la humanidad. Por eso es tan importante que en estos tiempos las mujeres seamos las que estemos alzando la voz y las que digamos, no puede entrar más extractivismo a nuestro territorio. Y si para eso el Acuerdo de Escazú nos sirve como elementos, leyes que amparen nuestros derechos, ahí estamos de acuerdo. Muchas gracias.
Thank you so much, Patty. Really appreciate the hard work that you're doing and all the work of the women at Sariaco and also Mujeres Amazonica, which is a group that Patricia leads. So many incredible, powerful women in the Amazon protecting that territory for all of us and at great risk. And so it's very important that we support all of the women who've spoken today in their leadership, standing up for their communities, and also to understand the role of the Escazú Agreement and why we need to keep having more and more regulations and laws to protect the land defenders. And this is something that we're very concerned about at WECAN for the LAC region, and we have this opportunity with the Escazú Agreement, but also all over the world. Here in the United States, all over the world, people standing up to live life, to protect nature, to protect their communities, to protect water, to protect forests, to stop mining, to stop deforestation, to stop harms. The insanity that we are criminalizing people standing up for the web of life, that we're fighting our own governments, we're fighting our own financial institutions to live. This is, I know no other way to say it, but this is absolutely insane. And it's one of the reasons we are having this assembly and people around the world doing so much work in collaboration is that we have to stop this frame of reference, these policies, this ideology of destruction to the planet. And it also reflects deeply in a historical relationship of violence against the land and violence against women. And this is part of the patriarchal ideology and idea of supremacy that we are working so hard to shift. So we need these practical policies that can help us make these shifts while we support the frontline women who are on the ground doing the work and risking it all. And I wanted to take a moment to show a website page that we have so that people listening in, especially a lot of the land defenders we know who are on this call and listening on the live streams, we're going to take a moment and show the toolkits that we have so people can actually see them. We're going to do a little screen share here, and then we're going to go back to our panelists to hear more from them. But we wanted just to take a moment, if you could scroll down a little bit. These are the different toolkits from different countries. And you can see from Brazil, from Colombia, from Ecuador, and you can see how, and from Peru, different countries, how each of these toolkits, when you open them up, they are in the home language of that country. And it really goes through explaining what is the Escazú Agreement and how can you use this mechanism if you are a land defender. Who can you reach out to for pro bono legal services? Because of course, if you're going to be represented and you're under threat, you also need to be represented most likely by an attorney to follow up on your case. And so it really, the reports really walk you through an explanation of what is the Escazú Agreement, how it also relates to your country's laws, because of course, each country has its own unique laws, but how does the Escazú Agreement fit into your local country laws? And then again, how to reach out for support if you're under threat. So I just wanted to share that, a very practical tool. I have an opportunity with this global audience to ensure that we actually have mechanisms and methodologies and tools to implement the Escazú Agreement. Okay, thank you for sharing that. Now I would like to go through and give each of the presenters an opportunity to comment further about the Escazú Agreement, now that you might have had some reflections from some of the other speakers. I'd like to go back to you, Ruth Spencer, and give you the floor for any closing comments for this panel. Thank you so much for being with us, Ruth. Did we lose Ruth? I don't think I see her online here. Okay, let's move to Fanny. Fanny, would you like to have the floor again so that we could hear from you before we close out the panel? Maybe we could have some technology support for Fanny. Thank you. I can see that she's still online with us. Fanny? She must have some technical problems. So I'm going to hand the floor back to you, Patty, Patricia Golinga. I'll give you, oh, wait, we have Fanny back. Sorry. Okay.
Hola.
No problem. Fanny, we just wanted to
Bueno,
give you,
muchísimas gracias por este espacio. De verdad que es único este espacio y hacer un llamado a las mujeres, ¿no? Indígenas, no indígenas, mujeres somos y creo que la violencia no tiene fronteras, no tiene raza ni credo, sino que por el hecho de ser mujer muchas veces se es violentada. Entonces, unir esfuerzos, defender la vida ante todo y continuar adelante con este tipo de actividades que es muy importante. Creo que este evento está programado camino hacia la COP30 Belém do Pará, Brasil, y es importante que las mujeres hagan presencia allá, alcen su voz y estén en los espacios de toma de decisiones, participando de manera efectiva y no de manera simbólica, porque nosotras somos las mensajeras del bien, nosotras somos las mensajeras de la armonía, de la maternidad, así como cuidamos la vida, desde la maternidad cuidamos la vida en todas sus formas y manifestaciones, y agradecer a todas ustedes, Patricia especialmente, felicitarla también por su nuevo cargo en el foro permanente. Ahí estuvimos para respaldarla, para que llegue allá. Me alegro muchísimo que haya llegado. Y bueno, queremos más mujeres en todos los espacios, ¿no? Y con Osprey vamos a seguir uniendo fuerzas para continuar elevando las voces de las mujeres. Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you so much, Fanny. And I'm really glad that you brought up, the Escazú agreement in relationship to COP30, because to be sure, this is going to be part of the conversation. It's part of our call to action. It's part of the work we need to do with the Gender Action Plan that is part of the UNFCCC process now, that we ensure that gender equity, protection of women land defenders is part of this process. We're going to be in Belém, Brazil. We're going to be talking about the Amazon. We're going to be in Amazonian region. It would be so inappropriate, disgraceful, and wrong if we did not talk about the land defenders when we are in the LAC region, in the Latin America, Caribbean region. And so I couldn't agree more that I think we all need to really collect together and make sure that the Escazú Agreement has a central role at COP30, and that we elevate land defenders and the attacks against land defenders and how that must be stopped, and that we stop the criminalization and threats to women during COP30. I think it's an amazing opportunity that we all need to continue to prepare for, have sessions on, make sure that there are events highlighting this important issue. And I look forward to collaborating and working with you all on that. And we have time, Patricia Golinga, for a closing comment from you. And we're just so glad we have this opportunity to be with you. Thank you, Patty. You have the floor.
Muchas gracias, Osprey. Este espacio es muy importante porque da la voz a las mujeres. Gracias por las felicitaciones que he recibido por la designación al Foro Permanente de Cuestiones Indígenas. Creo que desde los espacios que nos toque estar, tenemos que hacer la diferencia para que más mujeres puedan estar en estos espacios, para que las mujeres que están luchando en primera línea puedan seguir luchando y dar aquellos elementos que puedan seguir fortaleciendo a más jóvenes, a más mujeres, porque yo pienso que el mundo, para cambiar a bien, necesita la fuerza de la mujer. El mundo está así porque es un mundo que ha sido manejado por gobiernos patriarcales, porque han relegado la energía de la mujer. En estos momentos considero que es importante y elemental que las mujeres puedan seguir participando y fortaleciéndose. Gracias por este espacio que permite que podamos estar unidas desde distintos espacios del mundo y podamos conocernos. Pienso que en la COP30 de Brasil habremos delegaciones de mujeres tratando de incidir para que haya más participación de mujeres y más vocería de mujeres. Muchas gracias.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate your time, the incredible dedication and courage that you all have for this work. And let's stand together to defend the defenders. Let's stand together to defend the defenders and protect the women on the front lines. And I look forward to organizing with all of you. And thank you again for this important conversation. And with that, we're going to go ahead and close this panel. And we'll be taking a short break between now and the panel that comes in about 10 minutes. We'll see you soon. Thank you so much. Okay, we're going to go ahead and get started. So thank you all for being with us. It's really been such an amazing day so far, and we're going to continue with two more amazing panels going forward. I want to welcome this outstanding group of leaders who are presenting on the panel, Oceans, Freshwater, and Climate. Thank you all for your important work and leadership, and I'm really thankful that you're here to be with us for this assembly. I want to echo what so many of us have learned from the words that we heard around the world from water protectors at Standing Rock in the fight against the Dakota Access Pipeline. All over the world, we heard, Maniwi Choni, water is life. Maniwi Choni, water is life. Earth's oceans, rivers, glaciers, and the hydrological cycle are gravely threatened by the climate crisis. We know that greenhouse gas emissions, pollution, and human exploitation are destabilizing the water systems fundamental to all life on Earth. Water is life. And I want us to keep saying that as we're hearing everyone, because we get so distant in our modern lifestyle and how we live that we can forget when we just turn on our water faucets in our homes where that water is coming from, and how we actually can't live without it. And so, yes, we need to keep remembering how important it is to protect the water, and that water is life. And also, this is true of the womb of the world, which are the ocean waters, and how important the ocean waters are to our very existence. So in our call to action for this assembly, we are highlighting that we need to protect the rights of water and to recognize that the human right to sufficient, safe, and clean water, that right belongs to all of us. That we need to outlaw water privatization. Water should be a free public good everywhere. And that's going to become even more important as the climate crisis escalates. We're going to see a decrease in access to water and healthy and clean water. And this is why we're really advocating that it's not privatized. It shouldn't be, again, something that just is for the wealthy elite and people who can afford to buy water. No, water belongs to all of us. Water is life, and it should be something that is equitable and accessible. Regarding the ocean, we know that the ocean plays a fundamental role in mitigating climate change by acting as a major heat and carbon sink. But the ocean also bears the brunt of the climate change, as evidenced by changes in temperature, currents, and sea level rise. We live on a water planet, and there's no conversation about the climate crisis that can be had without addressing water, whether in some regions there's far too much of it, and in other regions far too little of it. Water is a major component of what we're experiencing on our planet as we're going through this huge, many-faceted crisis. So I really look forward to this important discussion with amazing leaders who are really experts in telling us and sharing with us about this work. First, we're going to be hearing from Ziziwe Mauta. She's the African Program Director from International Rivers Network in South Africa. She's not able to be with us today, but she did send us a recording. Again, due to some time zone differences, she ended up needing to send us this recording, so we're really honored to have her voice shared here. Then we'll be hearing from Vassar Seidel, who is the president of the Oxygen Project from the US and is doing remarkable work, which you'll be hearing about. Then we'll be hearing from Caroline Mayer-Toby, who is Wairau and Kalin Ago. She is the executive director of the Institute for Small Islands. She's an attorney at law at Mayer and Company. She is the global ambassador for the Wairau Nation of Trinidad and Tobago, and the former chief empowerment officer at She Changes Climate from Trinidad and Tobago. Then we'll be hearing from Panganga Pungowiyi. She is the IEN Climate Geoengineering Organizer from Indigenous Environmental Network from Turtle Island. So this is quite a group of leaders that we have here to walk us through this really important discussion about water and climate in many different forms. And with that, let's go ahead and hear from Ziziwe Mauta. Thank you.
So climate change is one of the most pressing global issues in contemporary times, and hydropower plays a substantial role in aggravating climate change. What we've seen is that proponents of large dams, they hope to capitalize on this concern for climate change, and they're promoting a major expansion of large dams within the Africa region. You have industry associations like the IHA, you have corporations, development banks, and governments who continue to propagate this falsehood of hydropower being a viable solution to mitigate the climate crisis, and making claims that hydropower actually doesn't contribute to climate change. Secondly, there's a big move to alleviate energy poverty within the Africa region, and there's a view that this can be done through the development of hydropower. In the DRC, for example, we know that the World Bank has approved a loan to the government of the DRC with the reasoning that the 21.5% energy access rate obviously needs to be increased. And they see hydropower as the way to go about this. However, in our view, large dams an entirely wrong response to both of these pressing issues, because as we know, dams or large hydropower has a very long and troubled history, both within the African continent, but globally as well. We have seen that hydropower has contributed to the destruction of river ecosystems and the change of how a river should naturally flow, leading to the extinction of many fish and other aquatic species, a loss of forest, a loss of farmland, and a multitude of other impacts that are faced as a result of hydropower. Contrary to what the dam industry says and claims, which is that dams produce clean or green energy, most reservoirs emit greenhouse gases and as a result contribute to the planet's climate crisis. And with methane that is emitted from these dam reservoirs being one of the strongest and most dangerous greenhouse gases, along with carbon dioxide, this claim of hydropower being clean or green is totally fallacious. Large dams also are known to cause huge damage to people's relationships with their land, with their water, with their way of life, with their livelihoods. What we've seen is that the land grab and the grabbing of water have led to the displacement and the impoverishment of communities, often with very little to no compensation. And this forced removal, in a sense, leaving people or taking people away from their ancestral lands, away from their sacred sites and from their homes, is really a cause for great hardship and totally unnecessary hardships for these people, for such people. Communities are also divided. One of the tricks that companies employ is a divide and conquer strategy, where certain parts of the communities are, presented with benefits, which really undermines people's customary ways of decision making or the traditional ways of deciding as a community, and dividing them entirely. The promises that are made in addition to that, where housing, schooling, and roads infrastructure are promised, and electricity access being assured to communities, often don't materialize. And what we've seen with job access, for example, is often communities are left with the more menial, low-paid, low-skilled jobs, and you have people coming in from the outside and taking up the positions within the companies, and communities, being left without decent work, without access to their land anymore, and and generally without access to their livelihoods. Hydropower is also very expensive and to build, and it takes a long time to complete. So it's very common to have these long delays, which cause a rise in the original cost, and this is termed as these cost overruns. And what we have is countries that sign up for these big, huge loans to finance the feasibility studies, the construction, to finance the transmission lines. And these big loans end up being a big debt trap for governments. And instead of prioritizing, essential services like schooling and healthcare, etc., they have to pay interests on these debts, which is a huge trap. So what we would like to see is a development model that protects livelihoods and improves the quality of life for poor people, where people's water and energy needs are met without harming nature, where people have a right to participate a right to free, prior, informed consent as regards to decisions that affect them, where there's transparency and accountability, where the rivers in Africa are valued and they are protected. And in addition to all of that, we know that hydropower project construction timelines span over a decade with these cost overruns. However, studies have shown that solar and wind can be installed quickly, flexibly, and a much lesser monetary cost, and a much lesser cost to the environment, to the people, and to the climate. And it's disingenuous why hydropower is just seen as, or rivers are seen as this resource to be exploited, when in fact there are far more viable, decentralized energy systems that can be utilized for the benefit of countries and communities and citizens in the developing nations.
Thank you so much for those comments. And it's so important. Again, we're seeing this view of nature as a place to extract and exploit, and not as a living system that we are part and particle of. And I think it's really important also to hark back to some of our earlier discussions in the Assembly about false solutions. And I think it's also important to realize that where we get our power from and how we conduct ourselves in this transition absolutely matters. Not everything that is claimed to be renewable energy is safe and just for people or planet. So I think it's really important to listen to what our colleague Sizewe is saying about what is happening to the rivers. And with that, we are now going to hear about oceans from Vassar Seidel. I'm so honored to see you here, Vassar, and thank you so much for joining us today. You have the floor, Vassar. Thank you for joining us.
Spree, thank you so much. And thank you, WECAN, for having me back. Just a few years ago, I was speaking on a very similar panel, sharing with one of the things I'll be talking about today, which is deep sea mining. And it's just interesting how things have evolved and shaped. And as we all know, where we are in the world with climate and with a lot of issues that are intersectional to climate. I want to first just share that water is something that is deeply personal to me, and I know really all people, whether we're conscious about it or not. I think that's exactly, Osprey, how you opened up this panel. And my name, I was named after a line of men in my family, and my name Vassar actually is derived from Germanic meaning of water, which I didn't even know until doing more of this work and meeting dear friends who are German and saying, your name is so weird, it means water. Of course, it's spelled in German with a W, but just is kind of a full circle moment for me, and just a recognition of how critical this purpose is for me, and I think a shared purpose that we can all come around, and really recognizing the intersection of water, whether it's ocean or waterways, or even just the water that, if you're lucky enough to have come out of your sink, and climate, and really the biggest issues like conflict that are happening around the world today. So today I really want to focus in light of just coming off of being at TED Countdown in Nairobi. I also attended my first climate reality training in Nairobi right before that, and really seeing so much energy in this space over time. I mean, we just heard about dams and energy, and there's so much rightly focused in ways around climate solutions like scaling green infrastructure and the energy transition. And at the same time, we need that energy focused on the climate solutions that is defending nature itself. Those things have to happen in tandem, and we need to see that conversation being elevated at these levels, like what we're talking about today, and the much broader conversation around COP. And one of these things, and something that we're working at the Oxygen Project, is focused on protecting our global commons from the imminent and looming threat of deep sea mining, and also other ecosystems that are facing and destruction facing ecosystems and communities around the world. We're focused on a project right now in Panama to relocate a port that's jeopardizing 25%, an area that's 25% of mangroves in Panama. And so it's really just so critical that we protect intact ecosystems that are vital and often overlooked climate solutions, and are also quite literally our life support systems. Our communities, they're sequestering carbon, it's regulating planetary temperatures, it's sustaining life. And at the Oxygen Project, which is an organization I am lucky to work with my team and run, we use storytelling, education, and bold campaigns to defend these ecosystems and uplift the voices of people in these communities. And so the first thing I would like to talk about is deep sea mining. And if you were with us 2 years ago, I shared a little bit of this, and I'll just give a high level understanding of deep sea mining, since most of the world, or it's a little bit more of a hot topic now than it was then. I would say thanks to the executive order from Trump's administration, and also some other recent developments in deep sea mining. But just for people who have not heard about the issue, deep sea mining involves extracting minerals from the deep sea, which is our global commons. And the deep sea is our largest habitat on Earth and one of the most biodiverse places on this planet. It's also our largest carbon sink, and damaging and mining this ecosystem and the deep sea will exacerbate the climate crisis. So there's a few different types of mining, but I'm just going to talk about polymetallic nodule mining very quickly, because this is kind of the most energetic form of mining that's actually being tried to be pushed for this rush to mining the deep sea. And polymetallic nodules themselves both fix and store carbon in the deep sea, in the seabed, and they also regulate trace metals in the water column. So they're not just rocks sitting on the seafloor just waiting to be plucked up. It's also a very extractive process to mine them. And they also take over 13 million years to form. So it's quite literally not a renewable resource, and is really just trading one form of extraction of oil for another form of extraction for a non-renewable resource. And scientists agree the damage will be irreversible, and we don't even fully understand at this point what all is at stake. So I just want to also touch really quickly that it is talked about, since it is harvesting rare earth minerals, that it can fall in this narrative that it's necessary for the green energy transition, but this is a false choice. First of all, it quite literally, a healthy ocean underpins a healthy planet. We would not have the climate we enjoy and rely on for survival today without a healthy ocean. And as most of us know here, the ocean is already experiencing major threats, increased acidification, increased deoxygenation of the waters, etc. And we do have alternatives. We must be recycling batteries, and it's a great form of recycling. And there's also innovative technologies that are metal-free batteries, replacing metals, and other innovative technologies like harvesting lithium from the seawater. And really, deep sea mining extends, this extractive colonial model into new depths and under the guise of climate progress. So we just have to ask ourselves questions. Why do we need these minerals? Do we even need these minerals? Who is this energy transition for and why? And what happens in the future? So right now we're in a current moment of urgency. We have the International Seabed Authority, which is the UN body that regulates deep sea mining, and they're meeting in July. And right now the new Secretary General is seemingly open to pressure, both from what's happened with the executive order and the US, and also, other pressures from geopolitics around the world, with China, with what's happening in the Middle East right now, and military conflict. And she is requesting final comments on the mining regulations, which is sparking controversy and is also extremely concerning for really the world and organizations and civil society that have been calling for a due process and really the regulations to be done in the correct form that would take the environment into account. And there is global consensus that, and civil society is very clear, there's hundreds of scientists, EU, Parliament, and 37 countries that have all called for a moratorium, precautionary pause, or ban. And we have to really root into a moratorium, precautionary pause, or ban at this time within the framework of the International Seabed Authority to really promote a healthy ocean for future generations. I mean, we're talking about timescales that really are critical for the survival of humanity and the even being able to try and reach our climate goals. So one quote I would like to end on from Sir David Attenborough. It's one of my favorite because it really just encapsulates the importance of this issue. Is the fate of the deep sea and the fate of our planet are intimately intertwined, that we should be considering the destruction of these places and the multitude of species they support before we have even understood them, and the role they play in the health of our planet is beyond reason. And so Sir David Attenborough really says it best. And then I just would like to also focus on protecting mangroves as a climate solution, which this is just one example from many different issues around the world facing communities all over the world. I heard so many cases of this at the climate reality training from young activists all over Africa who have similar issues in their communities and facing ecosystems and their communities. And while, the deep sea touches us all politically in our nations and quite literally the ocean, that, like I said earlier, we all rely on for survival, and actually is the reason why we don't have runaway climate change today. Over 93% of the heat has been sequestered by the ocean, and about 1/3 of carbon emissions have been sequestered by the ocean. And the other reason why we don't have runaway climate change today is because of people and protecting their homes, protecting their communities, protecting their bioregions around the world, and the remaining intact bioregions that we have around the world. And we have to continue both supporting and protecting these bioregions and these communities, as well as the ocean. So I just want to focus on one example that we're working on. It's a campaign to relocate Puerto Baru, which is a port in Panama that is jeopardizing an area that comprises 25% of the mangroves in Panama. This is in a region called the Mangroves David, which is a protected mangrove ecosystem. And this port has been licensed in the heart of that. And if allowed to move forward, it risks these vital mangrove ecosystems displacing marine life and these communities that rely on these ecosystems for livelihoods and food security. And just to touch on why mangroves, they are nature's frontline defense. They absorb carbon, prevent floods, and support marine biodiversity. Just to throw some numbers in here, mangroves save $855 billion in flood protection globally. That's every $1 invested in mangroves can save up to $6 in disaster recovery. And this is just me talking about mangroves. But when we boil down the economics of just being preventative about climate and nature in our communities, it's not just the right thing to do, it's also better to be preventative economically than destroying our ecosystems and having to reap the disaster that ensues. And also, as many people on here probably know, mangroves are one of the best carbon sequesters in natural communities. They have a carbon sequestration rate that's 10 times greater than mature tropical forests. And it's really nonsensical to destroy these ecosystems for really any reason at this point in juncture in time. And so when we're seeing carbon removal technologies not only sink billions of dollars and be failing really all over the world, it really is our responsibility to recognize nature as a critical climate solution that needs investment and support and also scalability. And so what happens in places like Portobru, this is one example of many places around the world where it seems like a very niche local issue, is really a global one. And we all have a responsibility to act. And just with Portobru, there's 2 Supreme Court cases active against the port. One questioning the environmental assessment that helped it obtain its licenses, but also that's questioning the right for nature law that really protects nature in Panama. So I know I might be up, I see Osprey, I might be up at my 10 minutes, but I just want to end with one, there is a call to action that you can support today. I will put a link in the chat to sign our petition for Portobru. And I want to end with one more quote from one of my favorite quotes that I think is just so critical and I've been holding in this time of quite honestly a little bit of overwhelm of the onslaught of issues we're facing, from Buckminster Fuller. And he said, "We are called to be the architects of the future, not the victims." So thank you so much. Thank you, Osprey, for the time. And I'll put that link in the chat as one way that you can take climate and action today. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Vassar. Thank you for the really wonderful work you're doing. It's so important. And I'm hoping we'll have a little bit of time at the end of the presentations to maybe loop back around to talk some of these things around, especially what is going on with the deep sea mining updates. I have a few questions about that, but we'll come back to you. But thank you for your ongoing work in so many ways. Really appreciate it. And with that, I would like to bring Caroline Mertobi onto the call. And if you joined us a little bit late, you've already been introduced, so I didn't want you to think we're just throwing your name in there. We had introduced everyone at the beginning of the session, but you have the floor, Caroline. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you very much for having me here, Osprey and WECAN. And I just want to say thank you to the viewers for coming today. And this is an important time. This is an important topic. We are seeing now more than ever the challenges in society. I don't want to make this too political because, you know, I love you guys. I don't want to make problems for you all. But right now, we are in a difficult time when it comes to protecting the environment. So what I want to do is just clear the space, set the intention, thank the ancestors, invite them in. If you are worried about this or afraid of this, just pray to your God. This is non-denominational. fallen ancestors from the north, from the south, from the east, from the west. Thank you for grounding us today. Thank you for setting the intention. Thank you for letting us hold a space for peace and justice. And I just want to I'm going to give a little couple of seconds to peace right now. So if you could just hold that in your hearts and lift it up. Thank you. Bring yourself back. Open your eyes. And I want you to feel warmth and connection to your fellow viewer, your fellow speaker right now, and spread that out to the world. Because right now we need to consciously invoke peace. We need to consciously invoke love. And we need to protect these things right now. So now, we are all one. Right now we are being divided, but we are all one. We are all of this earth. And right now, international law is showing how incredibly fragile it is, but at the same time, incredibly powerful it is for creating international agreements. But beyond international law, we need to reach consensus within ourselves. It can't always be top down. It must be bottom up as well. It must be grassroots. It must be connecting between ourselves, forging ecosystems between ourselves. And I'm so grateful to my sister for talking about the International Seabed Authority and undersea mining, so I don't have to go into that. And as you know, I'm a lawyer, so I have a lot to say about that, and I'm grateful to her for covering those grounds. So I can get very, very woo-woo now. And if this is too woo-woo for you, that's okay. I'm going to bring it back to the realm of the of reality. So ignore my broken glasses. So there is, I'm just going to bring myself back here. I actually did take notes. Usually I never do. Let me know if you can't hear me as well.
We can hear you fine.
Wonderful. So there is spirit in everything. We are one. There is what our indigenous cousins in Hawaii call mana. Mana is in everything. It is essence, breath of life, chi. The Holy Spirit. It is something that we all talk about, that we all understand, that's moving within us right now, causing us to sit together in this meeting. Nature will out. I'm so blind, I can't see anything. Just put back my broken glasses on. Nature will out of the most cruelest and deprived environments. And I really love to think of my little buddy, my little favorite champion, who is the iron snail at the bottom of the ocean. So I'm sure you've been following, but there is this adorable little snail that exists there where his shell is entirely made of iron, and on his foot he has iron, and so it's from the deposits that he's in the water that he's ingesting. She's ingesting. Sorry, I'm just gonna call out the girlies there. They're ingesting. Let's go for quality and unity, okay? And it's amazing to me that we can, as a universal species, evolve to such a level, you know, on this planet, to where we can eke life out of anything. And so this reminds us that the earth will persist, Mama Gaia will persist, Pachamama will persist, Atabe will persist. And I'll introduce you to those guys in a little bit. Well, those ladies in a little bit. But we might not. And there's a strange desire for, I'm going to tread very carefully here, certain people, certain factions throughout history to take advantage of that and the inequality that it causes, the resources being extinguished. We don't need to go into those details. We don't need to see, we just need to turn on the news to see what's going on there. And what happens when breakdown occurs and when it's flamed by human aggression. Let's not go there. We can actually make a choice. We can actually decide to live in a world that is pure, that is clean, that is sustaining. You know why? How I know this? Because we've been doing it for millennia. And we need to trust Indigenous science. We need to trust Indigenous science. We need to trust Indigenous science. I can't tell you. Because, come on. When there is an Incan skull that has been trepanned, that has been drilled into, that has a gold disc, that has the cranial material, the skull growing over, and it shows you that we were doing, our cousins in the Andes were doing brain surgeries and they survived. Come on, we need to trust Indigenous science and ways of living. And everybody's like, oh, I don't want to go back to living in the thing. Well, you know what we have? We have technology now. But if you smash it up, if you break it up, there's no way that you could find out the incredible marine resources that are available to us. The nodules, this is just my little favorite stone, but it looks like a little bit like a nodule. They emit oxygen. We don't know how, but that's amazing. And that makes you think about and question life. How did that start? Was that a chemical reaction in a stone at the bottom of the ocean that happened millions and millions and billions and billions of years ago? And now we are enjoying this rich harvest of this strange little stone animal. We don't even know what it is. We don't know what sentience is. We're now starting to talk about sentience. I've been talking about sentience for a long time. Animals are smart. Plants are smart. Plants have eyes. Clams have eyes. If you look out at the seasons now, if you look at the AMOC, if you look at the Gulf Stream, if you look at the trade winds, they're all off, you know? And if you talk to Mother Earth, the seasons are different. We used to have a dry season that was set in stone, a rainy season that was set in stone. Pitika Rem, where you can plant during the rainy season and would come. We used to be a bread basket. Now we're flooded all the time. What do we do? What do we do? What do we do? We listen to the elders. We preserve their knowledge for all of humanity as a global treasure for all humanity. We support them in what is actually an extinction. And I'm using my words carefully, of Indigenous knowledge across the globe. We protect them from having their sacred knowledges being destroyed as they've been being destroyed, not for centuries, not since Columbus set upon our shores, and I'm from the third place that his ship stopped at. I am Kalinago and Warao. I'm also mixed with other Chinese, Indian, African, other things. They roasted our nobles upon a spit. There are rumors that they ate us. That's not in your history books. But the roasting upon the spit is Bartolomé de las Casas. The cruelty that was involved is the same cruelty that we're seeing now. Again, I walk carefully. I retreat to the realm of the woo-woo, spiritual. Atabe, Huracan. I want to go to Indigenous ancestry. How much time do I have?
Just about 30 seconds a minute left, but please go ahead.
Okay. Atabe in Taino, she is the goddess of cassava and sea, the cycle of moon and life. She's associated with fresh waters, lakes, rivers, and sea, earth, and fertility. She is the goddess in Taino, is Huracan, god of hurricanes, Now, I want you to understand how important nature is to Indigenous communities. And if I may I just take 2 minutes to do this extra? I'm so sorry for going over. So there's a garden for the fresh water and the sea. If you go to Orisha, Yoruba pantheon that is practiced by Maroon communities here in the Caribbean and Africa and Brazil, you will see Yoruba deities worshipped over here. Oshun, she's the goddess of the fresh water. Yemaya is her sister. She is the goddess of the shallow seas. That's where the coral is. And then Olokun is down the profundity of the sea. And that's where these babies, these babies are living. And she is the giver of life. Now, what is the essence of life for us? Oxygen. They knew this. They knew. It's encoded in our stories. It is encoded in our stories. So I want you to respect this knowledge, protect it, and protect the nature that keeps us alive. Thank you.
Thank
I
you.
was going to sing, so you're spared.
No, well, thank you so much, Caroline. And maybe at the end, if we have time, we will bring you in for a song because that would be really special. So we'll see if there's time for that. Thank you. I love hearing that. With that, I'd love to bring Panganga into the conversation. You have the floor, and we had introduced you earlier, so I'm just bringing you in to speak now so we can save some time. Thank you. You have the floor.
Hi, I'd love to just come on camera for my intro and then turn it off. Sometimes my audio is not that great if I have my camera on at the same time.
Okay, great. Go ahead and put your video on for a moment if you'd like, and then we'll hear from you as works for you.
Okay, great. Wanga atka pangangan ng nakapangawi, wanga ataka akanatrama naka kirstanuga pas, wanga sivunga kami. My name is Panganga. I work with the Indigenous Environmental Network. I'm from St. Lawrence Island. It's an island that I'll talk about in a little bit. I'm going to turn my camera off and give a more thorough introduction about where I come from and some happenings here in Alaska. Okay. Yes, I will speak slowly. So I come from one of the largest migratory bird nesting areas. It's home to about 3 million migratory birds each year. We're seeing a massive die-off right now of these vital species due to man-made climate change. I also come from a people who have experienced unethical research practices, like the injection of radioactive iodine to test how long we would survive in the cold, and the military dumping various wastes such as fuel, heavy metals, solvents. And now we live in a cancer cluster with no means to hold our polluters accountable. The ultra-rich, who are largely responsible for climate change and other threats to biodiversity, are directing environmental policy in the place of Indigenous peoples who have managed to protect 85% of what is left of Earth's biodiversity on about 20% of the land. And let me be clear, throwing any amount of funding at Indigenous organizations does not, quote unquote, offset the false solutions these billionaires also fund. Billionaires love to believe they can offset damage in one place by doing something, quote unquote, positive in another place. And I'm sorry to share that you can't compartmentalize and apply accounting tricks to Earth's systems or the damage you are causing to Indigenous peoples and our lands. Not everything can be bought. Not everything can be commodified. As Indigenous peoples, we understand that we need to cut emissions at source. and transition away from capitalism and colonial values. The type of policy and so-called solutions include damaging policies that are being tested on our homelands without our free, prior, and informed consent. I'm talking about geoengineering projects, and I'm just going to share a handful of those that have been tested in Alaska. A privately funded inventor from Silicon Valley, Leslie Fields, spread football fields worth of silica hollow glass microspheres onto our lake with a company called Ice 911, which is now called Arctic Ice Project. We have since shut them down, but this was a poor attempt by someone who was contracted with Chevron for about 2 decades to address one symptom of climate change, to make the ice shinier by spreading unnatural materials onto 100,000 square kilometers of the Arctic ice in an attempt to thicken it. This ignores the need for the freeze and melt cycle of the ice and the life forms that depend on sunlight penetrating the ice, like algae. Additionally, the materials threaten the health of our natural world and indigenous peoples who depend on the ice with rheumatoid arthritis, kidney disease, and potential silicosis or silica tuberculosis. ScopeX was a project which was also shut down by indigenous peoples, backed by Bill Gates and run out of Harvard. They attempted to test their stratospheric aerosol injection project on indigenous lands. This is where they would spray sulfur dioxide into the stratosphere. And they did this, again, without our free, prior, and informed consent. When they were called out, they moved over to Sami territory without their free, prior, and informed consent as well. Bill Gates has thrown down $4.5 million to support this techno-fix of spraying sulfur dioxide into the stratosphere to mimic a volcanic plume and reflect sunlight back into space. Sulfur dioxide comes down as acid rain after about 2 years. And by their own computer simulations, they know that this would cause drought in the Amazon rainforest. It would disrupt monsoon cycles in Southeast Asia and would cause crop disruption across multiple continents. This type of project would deplete the ozone layer in a matter of 50 to 90 years. The project would need to continually be implemented because of the termination effect, meaning once you start, if you stop, the Earth will heat up more than it would have had you not done it to begin with. Real Ice Project, this technique would place green hydrogen-powered water pumps on the Arctic ice to thicken it artificially. This was tested in Nome, Alaska, without the knowledge of local indigenous tribes. When asked about why they didn't consult us, they claimed that this would be a lot of work. And then they insultingly asked about the indigenous peoples. Don't they know about climate change? Don't they want to do something about it? A simple conversation with my uncles would tell you that not only will this disturb marine mammals, but would harm the delicate life cycle within the ice itself. The Arctic blue cod lay their eggs on the bottom of ice, and algae grows underneath the ice. There's a reason these life forms are where they are. Our inherent relationship with the ice is what sustains the balance. Not including us in the discussions about how to address climate change is not only a form of disrespect, it is also reckless and foolish. And now the governor of Alaska has passed a law to allow the public use of the use of public lands for carbon capture and storage. The issue unique to Alaska with CCS and CCUS is there is a deal in the works with Asia to sequester carbon there and transfer it via ocean over here and sequester it in our lands. Carbon capture and storage supposedly sucks carbon out at source, condenses it into liquid form, and then transfers it to a site for sequestration. Carbon is extremely corrosive. It only takes a little bit of moisture to help it eat away at whatever container it's supposed to be sequestered in, and when it comes out, it expands into a gas. This happened in Mississippi in 2021. people in the area today continue to experience health impacts from this. Imagine the use of large-scale carbon capture in the hands of the military. Carbon sequestration is ineffective and it's also a health hazard. The infrastructure needed for this techno fix is not only not possible economically or physically, but 93% of the captured carbon in the US alone is used for what they call enhanced oil recovery, where they flush out nearly depleted oil wells with carbon to get more oil faster. And the military is also funding a program that would turn captured carbon into jet fuel. When we brought up these concerns to Ian Fry of the UN Human Rights Council, by the way, and asked who could hold these horrendous geoengineers and their backers accountable for their dismissal of Indigenous rights, we were told that we must rely on our oppressive colonial governments to protect us. There is no current international grievance process for these atrocities. Elon Musk announced his X Prize competition in an attempt to scale carbon dioxide removal to the gigaton, leading to experiments such as the spreading of artificial whale poop off the coast of Australia, for which there are no regulations against. Ocean fertilization causes dead zones, imbalances in phytoplankton, and increases toxic algal blooms and shellfish poisoning, which we have seen an increase in after Russ George conducted an ocean fertilization experiment off the coast of Canada. So what do billionaires have to gain from these techno fixes? Carbon credits, biodiversity offsets, carbon equivalent credits such as cooling credits. Scaling carbon dioxide removal to the gigaton would rake in billions of dollars. Market-based mechanisms to address climate change and biodiversity loss are also just allowing business as usual. They're accounting tricks and nothing more. And now the IMF, the International Monetary Fund, wants to use whales as carbon offsets. The suggested method is to privatize the migratory paths of whales. And we know that when land is privatized under certain agreements, the indigenous peoples who interact with that land can no longer subsist or interact with that land, but mining companies can still come in. Whales are our sacred relatives, and they're not sponges for corporate pollution. We defend whales and our territories from the land grabs and ocean grabs of the IMF, the so-called blue economy, and carbon colonialism. The theft of indigenous lands and oceans for offsets is simply continuing the colonial legacy. We know that the commodification of any life form truly means we are commodifying all life forms. We are not separate and we are connected. And we also know that there's a direct connection between how Indigenous women are treated and how the land is treated. And all of these projects would lead to man camps, which would lead to missing and murdered Indigenous women. All of these misguided approaches show that solutions are being created by people who are far removed from the land and nature, and not by those who have fought with blood to protect nature. Billionaires and those who pander to them have no place in environmental policy. Respect and uplift Indigenous knowledge to protect us all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Panganga, for that really powerful presentation. And excuse me, I'm going to turn my video on there. Thank you for that really powerful presentation. And it's just really heart-wrenching and, just really good to have you break these things down and make them accessible for all of us to understand what's going on. So thank you for that presentation and your work, and to really point out, the kind of challenges we're facing, which are really massive. And I really appreciate you delving into that topic so deeply. I'm also really honored that we have another speaker. We were not sure if they were going to be able to join us, and I'd like to bring them into the conversation now. Kaluk, Adrian Blatchford, who is Inupiaq, Yupik, and Akaluk is a geoengineering outreach organizer from Indigenous Environmental Network, and they're from Unalakleet, Alaska. And so I believe that they are here and able to join us. I'm not sure about the video, but maybe you could let us know how you're going to present. Thank you.
Good afternoon, good morning. Una Notak, where everyone is at. I'm actually going to stay off video today. We have an overload on our small network where there's a few of us on meetings right now, so I want to make sure that my my audio is at least working and I'm staying connected. But I'm going to start with a short traditional introduction, and then I'll continue in English. My apologies to the translator in advance. Wanga akaluk ngala klirmiunga angay kang maktaklu Charlie Jr. Anaga apuga ang makaklu anak tiyok asi Charlie Lee asi Jenny Lee lu chinirmiu savariak tunga ay enemy. Good afternoon, everyone. My Inupiaq name is Akaluk. My passport name is Adrienne Blatchford. I'm originally from a coastal village right on the heart of the Norton Sound, which is the Arctic Passageway. Its traditional name is Uwalaklik. English name has been given as Unalakleet. It means where the east wind blows. We're a rich land, like Panganga's island, that has been deeply impacted by colonization, in militarization, through the whaling industry, through the churches and the exploitation of our goods, our resources, and without our free, prior, informed consent, and the oppression of many of our people, which continues to happen today. This violation is not only physical, but it also is mental and spiritual for us. We see that when these resources are depleted, our land is polluted, our air is violated, when we are no longer able to harvest and hunt on our own land because of these pollutants that have been introduced. We continue to have this burden of proof left on us, like by our mentor and elder always reminds us that this burden of proof is left on us to bear. And time again, we show up to speak out, and have had to make a seat at the table without being invited. And so oftentimes that leads to protest and to having to fight for this seat, which should have been offered in the first place, right? And we have no meaningful government to government conversation when it comes to these tribes in Alaska. There's 227 federally recognized tribes, and many that aren't, and many that have chosen to not be a part of this government scheme that INCSA was presented, where Etok Edwardson, who was one of the first climate change leaders that had been documented for speaking out, had said that climate is an equal opportunity offender. And when you think about that, you see these organizations and these government agencies and these so-called climate scientists who are conducting these large-scale and wanting to continue to conduct these large-scale science projects on our land without our consent, claim that this is something that's going to help us and offer these treaties in different forms, but time and time again have been broken. And when they don't get the answer that they want when no is very firm and they're rejected in an area, and UNDRIP and policy and resistance holds the line. They've time and time moved on to the next place to continue to exploit Indigenous peoples, frontline communities, fence-line communities without that free, prior, informed consent. And in the Arctic, we're seeing with our very own eyes such a vast change in this world, 4 times faster than the rest of the world, they say, but sometimes it feels just moment by moment that our world is crumbling beneath us. Between the methane gas emissions and the mercury leaching into our rivers and lakes and the depletion of our groundwater and the invasive species, plant and animal species that have come into our lands, our once pristine waters be condemned, polluted because of this toxic exposure, and the sinkhole that's created because of this toxic air floating into our land and holding there, because of this hemispheric sinkhole that's created with the Arctic ice melting and the air warming and the acidification of the ocean. The science is there. We know that, and our traditional ecological knowledge is oftentimes put in the back burner and then return to the front burner when we're cherry picked into these positions, and oftentimes to fit in a box that we do not fit into when it comes to how we align our values and our traditional way of life. And so it's a system that's already meant to be broken, and treaties that should have been upheld generations ago continue to be broken. Not only local, state, and international and national governments, but just human law and human rights, our right to our sovereignty, our right to our food and our health and well-being. And with that being said, we continue to hold the line, because what we say within our network is our bodies are born on the line. Paganga and our cohort oftentimes remind ourselves that. But with that resistance, oftentimes folks feel like they're standing alone. And I want to remind all of you that have joined us today that you're not in it alone, and that there are resources where people will uphold you and stand in line with you, and that these small, big wins are possible for a better future and a just transition for us to be able to attain healthy well-beings for us all. And so I hope that all of our words today have fallen on the hearts of those that needed to hear them, and continue to excuse me, move forward with the winds of change that we need. And I'll leave it at that and give the rest of my time for questioning. So, Kiana, Devra.
Thank you so much, Akaluk, for your powerful your words. And we're having a little bit of a breakthrough with the translation. Thank you. Thank you very much for your deeply moving work. Could we do a little tech check? The French is coming through the English box. Thank you. Yeah, it was just so moving to hear your words, and it's really interesting having the last 2 presenters not on screen. We can actually hear you in a different way. So there's a lot to be said also about having us be in our own heart and mind listening to you. It's really powerful. We thank you so much for your presentations, and bringing us into these realities that are very sobering, and clearly also the courage and hope that you're still conveying under incredibly difficult circumstances that have been going on for generations due to colonization. So thank you so much for sharing with us. And we really are out of time. So I thought what we could do, since the offer had been made from Caroline, is to close this session before we move to our final session of the day with a song. And maybe we could close out with a short song, Caroline. And I think it's just appropriate given the last speakers and continuing to really hear their words echo in our heart and mind. So if you could come on, Caroline, and sing us out for this session, and then we'll move to the next panel. But I want to thank everyone for their tremendous work. Water is life. Our oceans are vital to life. Our rivers, the rain, all of the waters of life that are flowing through our bodies. We never forget that water is life and that we need to protect the water and to support those who are doing that vital work. So Caroline, if you're there, maybe you could come back online for a few minutes.
Oops, apologies. Can you see me?
Yes, we can. We were
Sorry
just
about
thinking of
that.
having a closing song from you. Thank you.
Thank you, but I would like to extend that invitation to my sisters who just spoke, my Indigenous sisters, if they wanted to say two more words, because their stories echo everything that I've been hearing across Indigenous communities with the legal work. So I think that's more important right now, if that's okay with you.
Surely, surely. If any of the presenters would like to have a final comment, you're very welcome to. And then
I meant specifically from my Indigenous sisters. Sorry, I didn't mean to be so aggressive on that. Sorry about that. Hanganga and Analuk. It's up to you. I can sing us out. That's okay.
Go ahead, sis. Akaluk.
Just in closing, I'm just gonna make it really brief and say that, you know, we empower each other in this work that we do when we share our stories. Our oral traditions have held us strong since time and millennia, and that's something that continues to move us forward in this work that we do, and to think about the children that are yet to come that we don't even know the names of. That's something that I always share at the end of these conversations, because it's not only our ancestors that we reach to, but also looking forward, what is this world that we're leaving, and what part of history are we going to be on when they speak our names, when we're no longer here, and we watch over the rest of us that are left behind in the stars. And so the importance of this work oftentimes leaves us in a fight or flight, or, you know, end of the world crisis mode, a lot of our our journey. But I also want to remind us that there's beauty in it, and when we share those stories, that's where we see the beauty. When we're able to connect to our lands in a way, when we're able to touch the water and remind ourselves that there's a home, that there's a village, that in a way that we long for it. And so thank you for taking the time today to allow us to share our stories. And I'm going to leave it at that. Diana, Tefra.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Your words are taken to heart and mind, and we're really listening to you. And, you know, it's something that WECAN is really dedicated to, as many of you know, who know us, to really make space for our Indigenous sisters, our Black and Brown sisters, to really make space. And I'm really honored by your voices today, and figuring out these crazy technologies so that we can connect. Thank you all for your patience with that. And yeah, I think that it's just so vital that we hear from you, and we will continue to create space wherever and whenever we can. Thank you very much, everyone who spoke on this panel, and for the vital work you're doing. And we'll continue to care for the waters of the world. As I've learned from a lot of Indigenous elders, you know, women are the custodians and caretakers of the waters, and we birth through the waters. And so it couldn't be more important that we have this time to speak with women about water. And with that, I'd like to move on to our next panel, and thank you all so much for being with us. Yes, we're going to have our final panel of the day, Rights of Nature as a Systemic Solution, Protecting and Defending the Places We Live, which is just an incredible body of work, really, that many people around the world are getting more and more engaged in. And I'm just very, very thankful for the powerful leaders that will be speaking to you today about this vital work and their leadership and their projects and ideas. But before we start this next panel, I am going to give a little background about rights of nature. Like a lot of the other panels, I think most people are familiar with a lot of the topics, but many people have asked us, well, what is rights of nature? So I need to give a little bit of an introduction so we can have some context for this conversation. And then we'll delve into it with all of the different presenters. I've been very honored to be advocating for rights of nature, sitting on the executive committee for the Global Alliance for Rights of Nature, which you can learn more about in the chat. A really powerful coalition that is working on the rights of nature work. And as we have been addressing in the Assembly, we are living in a time in which we really must change everything about how we're living with Mother Earth and each other. This has come up again and again, no matter what topic we're addressing. The urgency of the climate and ecological crisis demand that we completely redesign our economic, social, and legal systems. And again, we've been talking about this in different ways, that the systems we're in don't address how we need to change at a systemic level. In our global movements for rights of nature, we're looking for a revolutionary and evolutionary change for society. And at the heart of it, we're asking, how can we transform our dysfunctional environmental laws and neoliberal economic systems that are literally destroying people and planet? And I want to acknowledge that much of the vision and worldview of the rights of nature framework comes from Indigenous peoples around the world and their knowledge of the natural laws of Mother Earth and having respected those laws. After decades of environmental protection laws, our modern legal systems have failed to prevent the increasingly grave threats of global warming, degradation of Earth's sacred systems of life, and the growing displacement and death of humans and other species. In particular, there are ever-growing threats to Indigenous, Black, and Brown, and frontline communities who bear the worst impacts of disasters because of environmental racism and other societal injustices. So to truly live sustainably and live in harmony with the Earth, we need to change the very foundations, the very structural DNA of our legal frameworks to respect the natural laws of the Earth. And today, the majority of the world's legal frameworks are based on treating nature as property. And that's really the crux of it. And again, it comes from this ideology of supremacy that we've been talking about in capitalism. Our living, life-giving rivers, forests, and mountains are treated as property to be sold and consumed. As property, these natural communities and ecosystems are not recognized as right holders. So in most legal systems, because nature is property, it's invisible to courts. And by maintaining the current structure of law, we are furthering a dangerous human relationship to the natural world of ownership and exploitation. So we have to ask ourselves, why haven't we stopped these destructive actions that are not only lethal, but also currently legal under our laws? We need an entirely different legal configuration that recognizes that Earth's living systems are not the enslaved property of humans. A primary premise of the rights of nature movement is that in order to ensure a thriving future, humans must reorient themselves from an exploitative and ultimately self-destructive relationship with nature to one that honors the deep interrelationship of all life and contributes to the health and integrity of the natural world. We need to have a relationship that upholds reciprocity. An essential step in achieving this is to create a system of jurisprudence that sees and treats nature as a fundamental rights-bearing entity and not as mere property to be exploited. In our movements, we advocate that breaking out of the human-centered limitations of our current legal systems is one of the most transformative and highly leveraged actions that humanity can take to create a healthy and just future for all. And as climate disruption and environmental degradation increases globally, it could not be more important to highlight that exploitation and extractivism is the result of patriarchal societies, colonization, racism, and capitalism, which are all based upon the same systems and ideologies of power over and exploitation of women, Indigenous peoples, people of color, and the land. So it's clear that the global community needs to address these systems of oppression in an intersectional manner to move towards justice, real solution, and rights of nature can offer a vital pathway forward in this effort. And that's one of the things that's so powerful about it. It's a big enough movement and broad enough in its concepts to really manage this moment. What we're seeing in our collective work globally is that people's movements are rising to say no to the commodification of Mother Earth or the sky. Our earth and atmosphere are not for sale. We don't want our sacred earth, water, and air and forest in the marketplace. We don't want to see carbon offset programs, carbon credit schemes, ineffective net zero pledges. These are false solutions to the climate crisis. Instead, we want to see pollution stopped at the source, extractive economies transformed, and for governments, corporations, all different actors, and all of us to live with respect and reciprocity for Mother Earth. We can't just keep taking and taking, or very simply, we're not going to survive. So like Mother Earth's immune system, people are rising up in their communities worldwide to say yes to rights of nature. Let's change our laws to live in harmony with life. And in fact, this is an ever-growing movement. At the national level in 2008, Ecuador became the first country in the world to recognize rights of nature in its constitution. Local rights of nature ordinances in the United States today are protecting communities from harmful practices such as shale gas drilling and fracking. And there have been over 36 ordinances that have passed in the US. The Ponca Nation has made history as the first tribe in the US to recognize rights of nature in law to protect their territory from fossil fuel extraction. The New Zealand Parliament has recognized the Wanganui River having legal standing. The Colombian Supreme Court has recognized rights of the Amazon River ecosystem. And I could go on, and you can check the link to learn more about this. And as the UN Secretary General has stated, rights of nature is one of the world's fastest growing environmental movements, and there are now advancements in over 39 countries. So yes, rights of nature is an idea whose time has come. And we really want to push forward this agenda. It is part of our call to action from the Assembly, and we want to ensure that rights of nature is front and center at COP30. And with that, I'm very honored to introduce an amazing group of rights of nature leaders to further this discussion. We'll be first hearing from Kali Vilin Turf. She is the founder and executive director of the Leatherback Project from Panama. Then we'll be hearing from Debbie Engar Iwu Packer, who is Maori and is Tet Paiti Maori Wani co-leader and elected MP for the Te Tai Hanu In, and she is from New Zealand. Then we'll be hearing from Shannon Biggs, who is the co-founder and director of Movement Rights in Turtle Island, USA. And then we will be hearing from Marie Lutz Kanari Kuriri Mura Kariri, who is Kuka'ama and president of Hawaii Nakana Kamat Ahura, the Kana Women's Association, and also really wonderful, a Goldman Prize winner from Peru. Very exciting award that she has just recently won. And so with that, I'm really honored to bring into the conversation, Kali, you have the floor.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Osprey. Again, my name is Callie Veland-Turf. I'm a marine biologist and conservationist, and it's really an honor to be among you today on behalf of nature to share space with people I admire so deeply and to talk about a subject I care about so much. I've had quite a winding road in transitioning from simply studying nature and marine wildlife to advocating for nature's intrinsic rights. And what I wanted to share with you today is the story of the evolution of the recognition of the rights of nature in Panama. So in 2019, I received an early career grant from the National Geographic Society to identify and study sea turtle nesting and foraging sites in the Pearl Islands archipelago in the Gulf of Panama. We documented over 20 sea turtle nesting and foraging sites of 4 species, and we also documented the threats that they were facing, such as fisheries bycatch, illegal human consumption of sea turtle meat and parts, and the illegal wildlife trade of the hawksbill sea turtle shell. During this time in the field, I was healing from an incredibly transformative personal experience that I had earlier the same year at my first job as a marine biologist, where I needed to defend my human rights within the US legal system. Legally defending my rights taught me the
Pardon me, I'm so sorry to interrupt you. We've lost your presentation.
It's supposed to be a black slide.
Oh, okay. I'm so sorry. Okay.
Okay. I made it a black slide on purpose because this was a very kind of like dark transformative period of my life.
Nope. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry to interrupt you. I didn't know if you knew that. Please
That's
continue.
okay.
My apologies.
But during this period of learning how to defend my own human rights, as I know a lot of us have had to, I found that when all else has failed, defending my rights was what protected me. And I realized that in the protection of nature, all else has really failed. So in trying to process and move on in a positive way from such a negative experience, I wanted to learn how to better protect nature through defending nature's rights in my work. And I found that in our legal systems, nature's rights are largely not recognized. So her rights couldn't be defended in the way that I had just defended my own. So I purchased the book, The Rights of Nature, A Legal Revolution That Could Save the World by David Boyd, and I was reading it in my tent on the sea turtle nesting sites in Panama. In addition to reading this book, I was also receiving these sporadic internet updates from around the world of the wildfires that were burning in the Amazon and Australia, and I felt so desperate to do something big. So in February of 2020, I decided to propose a new rights of nature law in Panama. I felt like I had simply nothing to lose in trying. So I made the case to Panama's First Lady, Yasmin Cortizo, and Congressman Juan Diego Vázquez that recognizing the rights of nature could be the most impactful way to cause a cascading system effect throughout society to help humanity find harmony with nature. And to my surprise, they agreed, and we spent the next 2 years during the pandemic drafting, debating, and revising the law together with the public, the Parliament, and the Earth Law Center. And as many of you know, but I'm incredibly excited to share, and it never gets old, that just 2 years later, on February 24th, 2022, the president signed this new law into effect. So nature in Panama now has a long list of recognized rights, including the right to exist, persist, regenerate her vital cycles, be restored, and even have legal representation in court. So today, any member of Panama society can bring violators of these rights to court on nature's behalf. And with this initiative, Panama became only the third country in the world with a national level rights of all nature legal provision. And there are several ecocentric principles that are also identified in this law that will aid and have aided in its implementation. My favorite of which is in dubio pro natura, which basically just means when in doubt, side with nature. And also incredibly importantly, Panama's national rights of nature law mandates that indigenous and local peoples must be an integral part of interpreting and applying the rights of nature law in practice. In just the 3 years and 4 months since the national law has been passed, it's already been implemented 5 times in all 3 branches of government, the executive, legislative, and judicial branches. So quickly, I wanted to share these 5 implementation measures. The first one being that one of the major issues that I had seen in the field was the lack of implementation of existing laws that were protecting sea turtles from the illegal wildlife trade. So I collaborated with the Ministry of the Environment, Fundación Tortugas del Mar, to train over 2,000 soldiers from Panama's Air and Navy Service, or SENAN, in the identification of a legal turtle shell product to aid in implementation. Our collaboration grew over the years to discussions about how SENAN actually had a constitutional responsibility to protect all living beings in Panama, not just human beings. And so with this part of their constitution, we were able to launch a new branch of their institution, an environmental committee specifically tasked with developing and implementing mechanisms to respect and uphold and defend the rights of nature. Okay, the second implementation measure. In 2022, Pana Tortugas, which is a Panamanian sea turtle conservation network, proposed a new sea turtle conservation law to Congressman Gabriel Silva. During the debating period, I worked with the Ministry of the Environment and the Earth Law Center to propose a new article of the law that recognized the specific rights of sea turtles. Unbelievably, this law passed in March of 2023, containing the Sea Turtle Rights article, making Law 371 the first time in the world that any marine species group had its specific rights recognized on a national level. This article reads that the state will guarantee that natural and legal persons protect the rights of sea turtles and their habitats, such as the rights to live and have free passage in a healthy environment, free of contamination and other anthropogenic impacts that cause physical and health damage, such as climate change, pollution, fisheries bycatch, coastal development, and unregulated tourism, among others. It still blows my mind that this is passed in national law. Okay, the third implementation measure. In November of 2023, after more than 1 month of public protest in the streets, the Supreme Court of Panama ruled to close down a copper mine in a key biodiversity area, citing many environmental protections, but including the National Rights of Nature law, specifically quoting the highest interest of nature principle and the intrinsic value of natural ecosystems. The fourth implementation measure is also a Supreme Court ruling that closed down a major highway development project from Pacific to Atlantic Panama through a terrestrial migratory corridor, citing the precautionary principle of the rights of nature law. Lastly, and most recently, the Leatherback Project team, Ministry of the Environment, and Fundación Tortugas del Mar have been working with the local community of Saboga Island to track endangered green and hawksbill sea turtles in the Pearl Islands archipelago to understand their habitat use. We identified a new-to-science foraging site of these two species around Saboga Island and proposed that Saboga become a national wildlife refuge to better protect this place and all of the other threatened species that call it home. The president signed the Saboga Wildlife Refuge into effect just this last September, including the recognition of the intrinsic rights of nature throughout the refuge, the rights of sea turtles, as well as the national responsibility to uphold the rights to restoration and restore the degraded coral reef ecosystems. So this was the first creation of a protected area through the implementation of the rights of nature law. So in this process of using science to advance the rights of nature, I've been so excited to see how scientists and community leaders may be able to use local information to generate these really tangible proposals of advancing the rights of nature everywhere. And with that, I'm really honored to share that just 1 month ago, the National Geographic Society, in collaboration with the Alfred Kobacker and Elizabeth Trimbach Fund, and myself, launched Nat Geo's newest program called For Nature. The Nat Geo Society has committed to supporting the advancement of the rights of nature worldwide by leveraging their expertise in science, education, and storytelling to bring about the ultimate level of protection for nature. We will be funding at least 15 science-backed rights of nature initiatives in over 10 countries that are yet to be identified. So I'd love to hear from people if you want to apply. I can't wait to collaborate with more scientists and local leaders from around the world to bring about this vital rights of nature system change together. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the incredible work you're doing and all the breakthroughs that you've had. And I know I was with you in New York during the UN Permanent Forum on Indigenous Issues when there was a gathering at the UN around rights of nature work. And I know you gave a presentation there, and I believe won an award as well from the Explorers Club. So you've got a lot of headway in the work you're doing, and just want to congratulate you for your work. And with that, I'd love to hear from Debbie from New Zealand. If you could please bring her onto the panel. Thank you.
Tēnā koutou, ko Debbie Ngārewa Peka hau, ko au te co-leader mō te Pāti Māori, ko au he uri o Taranaki, ka noho au ki Aotearoa. Nō reira, tēnā koutou katoa. My name is Debbie Ngārewa Peka, and I am a Māori of Ngāti Runui, Ngārouru, Ngāruihine descent, based in Taranaki on the west coast of the North Island in Aotearoa, you may know as New Zealand. One of the things that I've been asked to speak about is the rights of nature as a systemic solution, and I'm just really humbled and excited to be here amongst you all. As Māori, our whole world view is that land, known as whenua, our whole environment is more than a physical resource. It is about our whakapapa, our lineage, who we are, how we connect to our ancestors, our identity, and significantly about our responsibilities. We are raised to believe that we are descendants of nature, of our environment. And through looking after our land, nurturing it for future generations, it teaches us about how we sustain our people, how we sustain ourselves physically, spiritually, and also the role we have as guardians of our whenua. And this relationship is hugely reciprocal. So, for example, we believe that the rights of water, first and foremost, belong to water. Then the second rights of our wai or our water is to sustain us as humans. And the third right is to ensure that it's sustainable. So if you can just capture that worldview that we have, is that the first right of our resources, of our water, of our land, of our maunga, are actually for our water, our land, and our maunga, our mountain. So any land loss or degradation is not just about, for us economically, is actually spiritually, culturally, and also the focus on the generational harm. So, and to go along this path, it also means that for us, whenua carries a deep sense of interconnection. And you know, when you give birth and there's an umbilical cord that is connected to placenta, that is the depth of whenua. So when we give birth to our babies, the placenta of that baby goes into the whenua to show that deep spiritual wakapapa genealogical connection. And it is that sustains life, and it is in the womb of earth that sustains life for our future generations. So I guess it's like a lot of other Indigenous peoples, our natural resources, our is seen as a source of life. And the same can be said for the ocean, for the moana, is that, you know, when you rock and you're holding a baby, that is the vibration of the water. When you are impregnated through the semen, and when you are carrying a baby in your womb, that is the water, the way of the ocean. So we are born and we connect to the ocean to not to, or to be not having wakapapa and not being able to have the next generation. So I hope that explains that whole connection of life force and Māori and the world that we have as Indigenous peoples. I live here in Taranaki, where we have our mountain. And one of the most significant things about our maunga, Taranaki maunga, is that it's just recently come through a settlement. And like many other Indigenous peoples across the world, we had some horrific colonisation, experiences of colonisation, which displaced us and displaced our connection with our environment, and saw the degradation of our native resources, natural resources such as our mountain. And what we've been able to do with redressing the, I think, 1.2 million acres of land, including our mountain, that were confiscated, is we've been recently able to, as the Taranaki tribes, redress and emphasise the restoration of our mountain, and the restoration of our name, of our mountain, who had been called by the colonisers Mount Egmont, has now been returned and restored to his wakapapa name, Taranaki. We've now been able to, through this legal redress, have the recognition of our maunga as a living being, which means then we're able to re-establish the traditions and the tikanga, and most significantly, the legal protection of our mountain. It has taken many, many years and many, many goes to get this right. And I'm not confident the government we have in Aotearoa would have agreed to it right now. But we are now able to ensure our connection, the well-being and the health of our mountain, our maunga, for future generations. And the mountain, our maunga, is considered the utmost ancestor, tupuna, and the connections and the stories ceremonially that we have of our mountain are now able to be restored. So it is it's a big deal for us to be able to not only have the recognition of our mountain's prestige, but also our role as guardians, as kaitiaki, reinforced. and our ability to be hands-on with the care of our mountain as the Indigenous peoples of Aotearoa. I can't tell you how emotional and spiritual that felt for us to finally see our tupuna being looked after. So we believe that these the issues for us in the climate change is actually about bringing life, stories, and the Indigenous connection to nature, and the fact that we have Indigenous-led solutions, and the fact that we have the ability to reignite the well-being and restore the well-being of nature. So I hope that these experiences that we're dealing, I know this is a short oversight of some very long, heavy things for us, but I hope that sharing these stories can give you some hope of what we believe for us as Māori. Once we're left and able to look after our taonga, able to look after nature, that we can restore it and bring it back to the beautiful way that everyone in the world can look after. Nō reira, te āhuatanga o tā tātou tupuna, ngā mihi aroha ki a koutou katoa. Have a great forum. Kia ora.
Such a beautiful, beautiful presentation from Debbie from New Zealand, and just really powerful. As I'm introducing Shannon Biggs next, I just wanted to mention that through the organization that Shannon Biggs is the co-founder of Movement Rights, they had organized a fact-finding delegation to go to New Zealand some years ago, which I was very honored to participate in, to also spend time with Maori who were establishing the rights of nature or the rights of personhood for the Wanganui River, which is also in New Zealand. And it was just so powerful to be there to see this victory, to learn from that particular branch of rights of nature work, and to experience this victory after over 100 years of struggling to respect Indigenous views of how to live with the land in this way of recognizing the land's rights. And I remember us being by the Wanganui River and one of the Maori women sharing with us a saying that they have, which is, "I am the river and the river is me. I am the river and the river is me." And just that understanding, again, that we are the water, we are part of nature, and having this other worldview about our relationship to our relatives of the land and how that can be translated into law. And I think it's one of the most powerful aspects of the rights of nature work is it's a legal framework, but it is also a cultural framework about the shift in how we can live with nature in a very different way that we've been talking about for many days now at this assembly. And with that, a little story behind introducing Shannon Biggs, who is the co-founder of and director of Movement Rights. You have the floor, Shannon, and so good to see you. I think you're on mute. There you go.
All right. Am I good now?
Yes.
All right. Thank you so much, Osprey, and thank you to the speakers. Hola, kia ora, and greetings, relatives. It's really an honor to be here and be part of this global assembly that WECAN puts on. It's just such a powerful, powerful gathering of conversations. And I know that my colleague, Julia Kampornik, was supposed to be here, but is traveling. And Casey Kampornik, who's also in addition to being part of WECAN and the Global Alliance for the Rights of Nature, is also part of Movement Rights. So I have their permission to share a little bit about the work that that they lead with Movement Rights in their territory as well. But I really wanted to thank Osprey for your introduction of rights of nature. So often we talk about it so often, we think everybody really understands it and knows what it is. But it definitely bears repeating because we're talking about a huge culture shift, not just a legal shift. So, we have human laws over here that say we can legally blow the tops off of mountains. And then over here, we have the laws of the natural world, which govern the way we live. And those two, we need to We need to bring human laws into balance with the laws of the natural world, and rights of nature really seeks to do that particular piece. So the real power of rights of nature isn't just in changing the law. That's a super important aspect, but it's about changing the culture. And it's so important, as Osprey said, to mention that this is an indigenous-led, globally, this is an indigenous-led movement. And, you know, there's so many reasons why that is such an important piece of this work, but not just including the statistic that so many people know that indigenous people worldwide are protecting about 80% of the world's remaining biodiversity. And there's a reason for that. And that connection and that spiritual relationship with the earth is something that is part of that cultural transformation to bring us all back into right relationship with the earth, no matter where we're from, or where we call home. And part of that is also just thinking about that property piece that Osprey was saying, which is that we have to stop thinking that we are owners of nature, which is what our current laws establish. They say that, you know, law is human property. And of course, with human property, we can do whatever we want. And we're seeing the results of that. I mean, that's climate chaos is the direct result of that kind of behavior. So this idea that also as humans, we're here to protect nature. I think a better framing for us and for the rights of nature is, as much as every other life form, we are nature. And as Casey Camp Hornicks often says, we are not humans protecting nature, we are nature protecting itself. And this is really part of what this work is. So recognizing the earth as a living system of which humans are a part, rather than as human property to be owned, destroyed, is really fundamental, because that property understanding is rooted in everything from our environmental policies, our economic policies, our, you know, it's in the DNA of trade deals and climate negotiations at the United Nations. And as Osprey said, we can't really say it enough. We have to stop treating the earth as if it's something we can buy or purchase, and treating and putting a price tag on the processes of what, you know, the earth is. We have to start valuing it as, like I said, you know, greetings, relations. We are all connected, not just to each other, but through the water we drink and everything that we eat. We are the earth, and we have to think holistically about that. And so shifting laws to think holistically is what rights of nature is, you know, where the power really is in this movement. And it is the fastest growing movement in the world. You know, when I started talking about rights of nature in the middle 2000s, when I was, you know, I was so young then. I like to say I was 12, which everybody knows is not true. But it was really just a handful of people speaking about it from a legal perspective, and the idea that this was just a legal shift, um, which, you know, which it is, but that it's this larger cultural understanding that has been led by Indigenous people since the beginning of time. And so globally, we're seeing the growth of this movement. There are now, you know, a couple of hundred laws taking, you know, root in, I don't know, over 40 jurisdictions, national jurisdictions, from state, national, local level around the world, and it's growing every single day, every single day. So this is a really, this is not just something that is like, wouldn't this be a great idea? It's something that's taking root, and I'm really excited that we have such a fantastic example, such fantastic examples on this panel of what it looks like in action. Because depending on where you live, whether you're in Ecuador or Peru or United States or Aotearoa, it looks really different. So I'm just going to give you a quick snapshot of what it looks like here in the US, where we have a lot further to go, where this movement is really about, we don't have a Supreme Court that's like, rights of nature, yes, let's implement that at the national level. We don't have a constitutional convention coming up where we can bring that in. But what we do have are communities who are pushing this forward, and we have tribes in particular, tribal nations across Turtle Island that are saying, yes, this is how we transform Western law to look like the laws of the natural world and indigenous understanding of our relationship with nature and with the sacred. So Casey Camp Hornick we worked with her. She's our founding board chair and directs our indigenous programs, and was the first to lead her tribe in the Ponca Nation of Oklahoma, which is in a fossil fuel epicenter, to recognize the rights of nature and later the rights of rivers in her territory, in the middle of this fossil fuel epicenter, to say, no, not here, we're shifting what that means. And it's not just that we've, passed the law. It's that, we're like, oh, we've written the law and now we're leaving and moving on to the next place. How do we actually bring in indigenous just transition? How do we actually transform what that looks like with, agroecology and job transformation and everything else that that comes with where we really want to see ourselves in the future? How does rights of nature participate in that? And so that ongoing work that we've been doing, that I'm sorry Julie wasn't here to talk about today, was is so important, because the Ponca Nation there are about 2,000 people living in the Ponca Nation. It's very small, but there are 39 tribes throughout the Oklahoma and more throughout the Plains area, the Plains region of Turtle Island. And part of this work is also connecting with all of those other tribes in the area to bring this idea of rights of nature and rights of rivers and the responsibility that we have to protect those ecosystems, and to do that together, because we're going to have to make this transformation together. In North Carolina, we're working with another of our board members, the Occaneechi Band of Saponi Nation, and Dr. Crystal Cavalier Keck, to write legislation that is currently in the State House in North Carolina. There's also legislation for rights of nature happening in New York. So if we, it's not just at the level, we're starting to push up at the state and to the federal levels. Our emerging leadership program is working with youth in the Mashpee Wampanoag tribe of Massachusetts, who before we connected with them, had recognized the rights of herring, their keystone species, and are working with state and federal, not just legislators, but agencies, to ensure that using the principles of the rights of nature, they can protect the ability of the herring to really reemerge and to come back. And that's, those are youth leading that work. So there's so much exciting work happening across Turtle Island, and certainly around the world. There's so many things. And being, as Osprey and I are both part of the Global Alliance for the Rights of Nature, and the tribunals that international tribunals that really bring this framework to come to life around the world. and to also look at things like carbon trading and what, that is the exact opposite of rights of nature. So really bringing awareness to the solutions are out there, and it doesn't, that are absolutely not about privatizing nature, but really committing our humanity to to the cause of becoming one with the rest of the sacred and the living system of life. So it's a pleasure to be here and to share a little bit about our work and to hear from these other amazing speakers. So thank you, Osprey, again for letting me join today.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Shannon. Really appreciate the incredible work you're doing. Fantastic to hear about it. And we'll definitely do another round for all of you to speak or on the panel. But I do want to move forward to hear from Mary Lutz. And while she's coming online, I want, if we could please put into the chat, at COP28, Shannon and I delivered a Rights of Nature brief that was an update on the rights of nature movement in relationship to the climate crisis, but it also could be interesting for our audience because it gives a global view of what's happened in the last several years in terms of victories with rights of nature and really naming different cases. So if my team could kindly put that report in the chat, people might find that interesting sort of as a summary of a lot of the work that's going on. So thank you for that. And I'm super honored to bring Mary Lutz into the conversation. And again, to congratulate you for your Goldman Prize award. Really exciting. You have the floor. Do we have Mary Lutz here? Just a moment here. We're working a little.
Hola, buenas tardes. No voy a sacar pantalla porque acá tenemos dificultad con el internet. ¿Me escucha?
Okay. Yes, we can hear you. Just,
No
yes,
escucho nada.
please go ahead.
Ya. Lo que, ya. Les voy a compartir un poco de mi experiencia, cómo hemos venido trabajando como organización de mujeres en más de 50 años de explotación petrolera y la contaminación al río, al territorio, y nosotras nos organizamos para poder proteger nuestros ríos, nuestro territorio como pueblos originarios, pidiendo respeto, ¿no? Y luego frenar, ¿no? Hemos hecho muchas movilizaciones, paros, ¿no? Protestas aquí en nuestra zona. Hemos cerrado nuestros ríos por los constantes derrames de petróleo. Acá en el río Marañón, estoy en la Amazonía peruana. Y nunca hemos podido lograr, nunca nos han atendido y estamos viviendo hasta ahora igual, ¿no? En más de 50 años no tenemos los servicios básicos hasta ahora. La población en general se enferma de diferentes enfermedades que no tenemos también el acceso a tener una buena atención médica. Y igual estamos en la educación y casi ya no tenemos los peces para el consumo humano, ¿no? Porque también se declaró nuestro río Marañón no apto para consumo humano, pero igual seguimos consumiendo el agua de nuestro río porque no tenemos otra fuente más y como pueblos originarios nuestros ríos son muy sagrados, fundamentales porque de ellos vivimos y el agua tomamos todos y todas y también es un derecho humano y todos los seres de la tierra, plantas, consumimos agua. Y entonces, y nosotros hemos tomado una decisión para poder frenar toda esta contaminación. Hemos presentado una demanda de amparo con el apoyo de abogados de IDL, y hemos hecho muchas incidencias, presentamos y nos dieron la razón en la primera instancia. Luego nos apelaron, nos demandaron el gobierno, pero nosotras de igual hemos pedido la segunda instancia, entonces nos dieron la razón en la segunda instancia también. Entonces ahora se ha declarado a Río Marañón como sujeto de derecho, como una persona, pero también hemos tenido que sustentar, ¿no? Como pueblos originarios, con nuestra cosmovisión, Cucama, Cucamiria, ¿no? Para nosotras, el río tiene espíritu de gente, la madre que es la Puraba que decimos, la boa más grande de la Amazonía, y entonces, y otros seres más, y también decimos que nuestra cosmovisión y que es una realidad, no es un cuento, un mito, sino es una realidad. Tenemos una cercanía con el agua, ¿no? Con los ríos, nuestras cochas, porque tenemos seres familiares que viven debajo del agua. Nosotras llamamos caroar a otros seres como nosotros, pero igual hay gente que también han ido a vivir con ellos, ¿no? Con esos seres que viven ahí. Y por eso nosotras lo consideramos como nuestro mundo que está aquí, también el mundo debajo del agua. Y también todos los seres de la tierra, plantas, árboles, todo lo que existe para el pueblo Cucama tiene espíritu de gente. Y por eso hemos pedido el respeto a la naturaleza, proteger la naturaleza, porque sin ello los humanos no existiéramos, ¿no? Porque ellos son que nos dan la vida para vivir, ¿no? La comida, el agua para beber, el aire limpio para respirar, gracias a la Amazonía, ¿no? Países que tenemos Amazonía, eh, que damos aire limpio al mundo entero. Y por eso nosotras pedimos que nos sumemos, ¿no? De donde nos encontramos en diferentes países, otros países desarrollados, sumémonos como buenos seres humanos, como buena gente, pero también hay gente que solo piensa en destrozar la naturaleza, y de ello, pues, tenemos que proteger, ¿no? Tenemos que tener mucho cuidado y también respetar, ¿no? Porque es importante. Si no tenemos el agua, si no tendríamos los ríos, las aguas dulces, de donde nos alimentamos, se alimentan las plantas, pues no tuviéramos también la comida en mesa, ¿no? Todo lo que cosechamos, las frutas, las verduras, y los animales, los seres, hasta los más pequeños, que también consumen agua, ¿no? Por ejemplo, un ejemplo, las abejas consumen agua, y las abejas son muy pequeños, pero son grandes polinizadores que también gracias a ellos cosechamos nuestras frutas, ¿no? Todo lo que consumimos los seres humanos. Y entonces, luego, lo que ahora nos toca hacer un trabajo grande y quizás largo tiempo es la implementación de los logros que hemos logrado como organización, ¿no? Y frenar todo esto con la ayuda de personas, ¿no? Que se sumen, pues poder lograr todo esto y hacer respetar la Amazonía, ¿no? Que tenemos muchas amenazas, que ahora están las petroleras, las mineras, los cocaleros, los madereros, de ello tenemos que cuidar, porque si no cuidamos, pues no vamos a tener esperanza de seguir viviendo. Nuestros hijos, tus hijos de ello, y lo que estamos haciendo es asegurar la vida de nuestras generaciones, ¿no? De todos, no solamente lo nuestro, sino del mundo entero. Y eso sería, pues, para mí, como una sugerencia, un pedido, que nos sumemos a esta gran lucha, ¿no? Para defender a la naturaleza, la vida que Dios nos dejó para vivir vida en abundancia y con respeto a la naturaleza y a la vida. Muchas gracias. 3 minutos.
Thank you very, very much. It's wonderful to have you with us, and we really appreciate the important work that you're doing in your community and the teaching that you have for the world and the example from what you have done in Peru. So thank you so much for being with us. I wanted to also share, as part of this panel, that some of us have been working on a draft concept for a global initiative for a universal declaration on the rights of nature, because we also realize, with all this momentum, we have the opportunity to start having a larger demand from world governments. It's really time, because we don't have the leeway to not really think of bold, big, transformative visions. And so we have a document that I'd love to have our team put into the chat. It's called A Declaration on the Rights of Nature, Pathways to Establish a Mechanism for Endorsement and Adoption by World Governments. And it's a beginning roadmap that we're beginning to be in discussion with parliamentarians and different leaders about how can we actually build momentum for governments to negotiate around a rights of nature agreement. And we're really excited about this, because there's no holding back here. This is time for transformative policies, and we think this is one of the most important ones. If we could change the legal frameworks globally so that people live within planetary boundaries and respected the natural laws of the earth. So this is something that we will be bringing to the UN General Assembly in September. We will be bringing this to COP30 and continuing the advocacy for this larger framing. So we're working at a community level, at a national level, but also an international level. I also wanted to highlight something that Shannon brought forward, which is many of us who are part of the Global Alliance for Rights of Nature have, for many years now, I think close to a decade, been conducting rights of nature tribunals, in which we often do them parallel to the UN climate talks, to show an alternative modality of how we could be conducting our frameworks for managing these multiple crises. And they have been very, very powerful, and they have resulted in actual on-the-ground change. And we have seen that, even though they're not legally binding, they create an educational framework, but also impetus and political power. And we will be hosting a Rights of Nature Tribunal at COP30 in Belém, Brazil. So this is also part of our collective pathway to going to Brazil, is to have a Rights of Nature Tribunal where we will have different cases and case studies around violations of rights of nature and what are the remedies for this. So I wanted to let folks know that. I'm sure that we will be live streaming the tribunal from COP30. And if you sign on to our newsletter, you'll be hearing more about that and staying in touch with the other leaders here. So I would like to go back to Kali and bring you back online to really, the question I really have for all of you is about what you really see as the next breakthrough in your work. And it could include also some challenges that you might be facing, but also, where you're taking the projects you're doing or the vision that you have. What's your next step, so we can really be up to date with your work? And please, you have the floor, Kali.
Thank you so much. It was so inspiring to hear the other panelists. I think regarding next steps for the work in Panama, as someone actually mentioned in the chat, there have been some questions brought to the table regarding the implementation of the rights of nature in Panama, specifically regarding mining concessions and consultation of indigenous peoples. And so I think one of my goals really on a national level in Panama is continuing to support in whatever way possible, whether that's like local people or the government itself, and really interpreting the rights of nature law and learning how we can have an evolution of society while still upholding the rights of nature. The two Supreme Court cases that I mentioned are currently, there's some like rumblings of them wanting to be contested. And so I think the next few years will be really interesting in Panama to see what happens. I'm also hoping to collaborate with WECAN and GARN and all others interested on this UN Universal Declaration of the Rights of Nature initiative. I've asked Panama if they would be interested in being one of the sponsors to whatever degree possible of an initiative like this. And so that proposal is currently under revision. And I'm really excited about this National Geographic program as well. I think scientists many times can be scared and intimidated to step outside of that objective data bubble that we sometimes live in. And I think part of my role and something that's really made me passionate about the work that I do is understanding that local peoples and oftentimes scientists that are studying certain endangered species and ecosystems, we're seeing what's happening firsthand to these threatened natural places. And so we really have that responsibility to raise our voices. And I feel like for me, the data sets that I collect are the tools in my toolkit that I can bring to the table to a decision maker to help them understand very objectively and tangibly how nature is being affected by current environmental law and the very tangible ways in which current environmental law is failing to adequately protect nature. I think science can be a great tool to do that. And so with this National Geographic program, I'm hoping to collaborate with at least 10 other scientists and our local leaders from around the world and fund their work to be able to generate or utilize data sets or sets of local ecological information to generate new rights of nature proposals in areas where the rights of nature isn't currently recognized either on a local, regional, or national level. So I'm so excited about that because we'll not only be supporting and funding this work, but there'll also be the Impact Story Lab, which is one of the documentary kind of branches of Nat Geo, which will be hoping to tell some of these stories of these local frontline leaders. In addition to the educational department of National Geographic, will be supporting some of our work as a community and communicating about the rights of nature. So I think these are kind of the three things that I'm personally really passionate about, working with Panama on the ground to continue implementing successfully, also collaborating with scientists and seeing if we can bring this to the UN.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Really great to hear about your plans and going forward. And I'd love to, oops, we're having another breakthrough with the, yeah, thank you. We're having a little breakthrough with the interpretation booth. Thank you. And now I'd love to hand the floor over to you, Shannon, with the same question about where you see your work going, obstacles or visions going forward, your plans. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Some of the stuff I can't really talk about, but as you know, when you work with Indigenous peoples, some of the big announcements aren't really ours to share, but there are some really amazing things happening. One of the things I can talk about certainly is that the Plains-wide Coalition development around the rights of rivers. We've been working for the last 4 years in the Plains, having in Oklahoma these very localized meetings led by Indigenous communities there, and are called the convenings of the four winds, which collate to the four directions. And the next really exciting step that we have is bringing the people who were most active in those coalitions and the people who have been other people in the area who've been so inspired by the work that that the Ponca and others have been doing to come together to build a powerful coalition in the Plains area and to come together to really build, a block of indigenous communities working together around, around the rights of nature, around protecting the rights of their rivers. Another exciting piece is that we've been looking at how the young people have so much to offer, and we see it everywhere in the climate justice movement. And there are globally people, young people engaged in the rights of nature, but we're really looking at developing this emerging leaders program of indigenous youth to how can we help contribute to this particular age group to really invest in them and their future in the rights of nature. So that's a really exciting piece of our work. And globally, along with Osprey as part of the Global Alliance for the Rights of Nature, we, as we said, we have the tribunal coming up at COP30 in Brazil, and the growth of the Indigenous Council of the Global Alliance for the Rights of Nature is really working on, a document and a call to action for all Indigenous people to really bring more energy and leadership and power of this Indigenous-led movement, to the fore as a global call to action for everyone. So there's so much happening everywhere. It's hard to just limit it to a couple of things, but there's other stuff happening, but we'll talk about that later. Thank you.
Okay, good. Well, good to know that there's things cooking and coming our way. And I did want to mention that Casey Camp-Hornick from the Ponca Nation is the chair of the Indigenous Council of the Global Alliance for Rights of Nature, which is really exciting. And some of you who are with us the first day of the assembly got to hear from Casey, and she will be joining us tomorrow for a panel tomorrow. So we're really excited to hear from her. And, just wanted to honor her today because she is the chair of the Indigenous Council of Global Alliance for Rights of Nature, and they have been just growing and blooming. And they were at the UN Permanent Forum on Indigenous Issues and had an amazing event there, bringing Indigenous leaders together from all over the world around rights of nature issues. And yeah, this leadership of Casey's has been really incredible. And with that, I would like to bring Mary Lutz back into the conversation and ask you, Mary Lutz, sort of what are your next steps with your work and your vision for rights of nature going forward in Peru? Thank you, if you could take the floor.
Nosotras tenemos nuestro plan como organización de mujeres, es capacitar a mujeres jóvenes y jóvenes también, preparar a ellos para dejar que sigan haciendo, continuando este trabajo. Pero también muy aparte de lo que es preparar jóvenes, también estamos preparando el valor, por decir, de la naturaleza, el valor de sembrar una planta y a que crezca, sea mayor y que nos siga dando más oxígeno limpio para respirar. Ahora estamos trabajando en lo que es reforestación de diferentes especies de plantas. Ya tenemos 23,000 hasta ahora y tenemos para el futuro seguir continuando esta actividad que es muy importante, pero también queremos asegurar no solamente sembrar, también tener en la lista, inscribir, ¿no?, a nuestras plantas, a nuestros sembríos, para que ninguna empresa maderera entre a talar, ¿no? Asegurar la vida para el futuro, porque estamos sembrando plantas maderables, árboles grandes, pero también plantas medicinales también, ¿no? Y plantas frutales también, que nos va a servir para consumo humano, la economía y también para que nos da el oxígeno, porque no lo vamos a talar, lo vamos a mantener, ¿no? Todo ese espacio que tenemos en las comunidades, lo estamos haciendo el mantenimiento, ¿no? Estamos cuidando, asegurando para las futuras generaciones, porque tenemos una experiencia en nuestro territorio Pucama, en el río Marañón y Samiria, un territorio muy grande del pueblo Pucama, que ahora es Reserva Nacional Pacay y Samiria, donde está 2.800.000 hectáreas, pues ahora ya pertenece pues al gobierno peruano, ya es una reserva nacional, pero sin embargo, ellos dan concesión, dan a las empresas, por ejemplo, petroleras, que donde están los pozos petroleros, ahí dentro de la reserva, si nosotros hubiéramos continuado, si no nos hubieran quitado, nuestro territorio estaría intacto hasta ahora, porque nosotros los indígenas sabemos conservar, sabemos cuidar, ¿no? Y esa mala experiencia que tenemos, que ahora no nos dejan ni sacar nada, ni siquiera pescar ni cazar, pues lo estamos cuidando nuestros territorios que tenemos detrás de nuestras comunidades, ¿no? Y entonces es muy fundamental asegurar territorios, ¿no? Asegurar, yo siempre digo mi frase, asegurar ríos y territorio es asegurar nuestra propia vida y defender nuestra propia vida. Eso podría compartir.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mary Lutz, for your incredible work and your dedication. And we had just had a panel earlier today about land defenders in the Latin American region. So I also know that you approach this work with a lot of courage, because it takes a lot of courage to stand up for the land with threats and violence and criminalization against land defenders in your region. I know that that is a big challenge, and I want to thank you for your courage and your leadership, and again, for the victory that you have had, the leadership that you have, and I'm really glad that the Goldman Prize recognized you. And so with that, I want to go ahead and close out our Rights of Nature panel. It's really been great to be with all of you. We really wanted to spotlight
Muchas gracias por
incredible work
invitarme y
of
poder
Rights of Nature in
compartirlo
our
poco, ¿no?
assembly.
Muchísimas gracias a todos los
Still
organizadores.
having a breakthrough with the interpretation. Oh, thank you. We're really glad to have you here. Thank you, Mary Lutz. So we're really thrilled to have had this opportunity to bring Rights of Nature to the Assembly. As we've all been sharing, it's one of the fastest growing environmental movements in the world. And this is a key component of what we're looking at when we're talking about the just transition and how we're going to move from the current legal frameworks, current economy, into a world that we know is fair and just and ecologically integrous with the natural laws of the earth. And so I'm really thankful we had this opportunity to be with everyone. We have put all the links to these amazing speakers in the chat to follow their work and continue this conversation. And with that, we're going to close this panel. And again, thank you all for being with us. Take care, Mary Lutz. We think of you, we stand with you, and all of the speakers. Thank you so much. So yes, and back to our audience, thank you all for joining us today, the 5th of 6 days of the Global Assembly. Yes? Did someone have a comment? Okay. Thank you everyone for joining us today, the 5th of 6 days of the Global Women's Assembly for Climate Justice, Path to COP30 and Beyond. Please be welcome to participate with us tomorrow, which will be our last day. It will be amazing, another group of amazing speakers throughout the day. And I wanted to remind folks as we close out that WECAN is also soft launching a WhatsApp networking platform so that conversations generated at this assembly can carry on into action going forward. And the WhatsApp group is a place where you can connect with each other and share your climate justice related work, your research, projects, campaigns, and find collaboration partners. And we'll put that link in the chat for you. And lots of folks have been joining, which is great. And also to mention again that organizations can sign the Assembly's call to action that we are delivering to governments and financial institutions, and that we'll be bringing with us and delivering to governments at COP30. And we welcome those signatures, and you can find the link to the call to action in the chat. So again, thank you all for joining us today. Please be welcome to stay with us in the Zoom room if you'd like for some closing music as we finish out conversations in the chat. For this winding down time, we invite everyone to share in the chat something perhaps that you learned today that you want to share with others, something that you want to take away and remember. We love hearing from you in the chat as we close out and have our wind down time. So we're just going to have some music for that. We're going to stop the recording, stop the live streams, and just have a little bit of a wind down time in the Zoom room. Thank you so much, and we'll see you tomorrow.